Welcome, welcome, welcome to the APBA Football Club's John Madden Thanksgiving Extravaganza, coinciding with the NFL's honoring of the great man. Don't care what team you followed. I'm a Steeler fan, but everyone loved Madden. He was football. What a larger-than-life figure. Sorely missed, but it is great to see the NFL honoring his impact, not only on professional football as a whole, but on the traditional Thanksgiving game. Those Lions, those Cowboys, incredible contests throughout history. We're going to recreate one of them here using the game of APBA Football. We'll show you how to play it. A lot of folks are using the opportunity of Thanksgiving to play a game in honor of their teams or just the history of the game. We've got some great accoutrement here. Now we're going to replay the 1970 Raiders-Lions contest in Detroit. That was John Madden's second season. It was an 8-4-2 season, a crazy, crazy result. And what's even crazier is that they repeated that 8-4-2 season in 1971, but in 1970 they made the playoffs. In 1971 they missed them. Here we're going to use a vintage APBA football set and some other little elements here. We tabletop simmers love our mini helmets, and some use computerized stat keeping. We've got some other guest appearances here. We've got Titanes. All right, Titanes. These are card holders build with Titanes. He's on Instagram. We've got the champagne bottle, which is an extra for Kickstarter backers of a cool new game about champagne called Dom Pierre. We've got special dice from Michigan and Trumbull. They are makers of these great dice rolling stadiums. They build these great little replicas. You read the die. The red die is tens. The white die is singles. So if you roll that 44, a nice double, or if you roll, well, we just rolled the 66. 66 is kind of the magic number in APBA sports. It's a touchdown. Oftentimes, unless you use a rule to key the players off that. You can see a video about the keying rules in our playlist here, but we'll get into how you play APBA football in a bit here. John Madden Thanksgiving Extravaganza. We're going to give you all the play coverage here. We'll timestamp it so you can jump around by quarter. We'll red zone it for you. You'll get it'll be a tutorial. It'll be fun if you just need to sit and watch someone play a game. If you've never played the game, check it out. This is a vintage version. Most vintage seasons are available at the APBA Stadium shop. I'll put the link here. We've got another guest appearance by Paul Barone's Custom Fields. Paul Barone has just come on the scene this year, turning out so many cool custom fields, and he's been selling like hotcakes. He'll do custom college stadiums for you. He'll do fields from the 70s, the 80s, just got the 2000 set. He's got the AFL fields. Let's just go back to these reprint media guides. And of course, John Madden joined the Raiders in 1967. And just read the blurb here about the great man himself. All right. John Madden, linebacker coach. John Madden was instrumental in molding the outstanding San Diego State defenses, which have provided rich recruiting grounds for professional teams the past 3 seasons. A native of Daly City, California, where he played high school football at Jefferson High, Madden was an all-conference tackle at Cal Poly at San Luis Obispo. His professional career with the Philadelphia Eagles was shortened by a knee injury in '59. Madden coached at Hancock Junior College, Santa Maria, California, as an assistant 2 seasons and as head coach 2 years. In '63, when Madden was head coach, Hancock won its league title and was ranked 9th nationally. He joined Don Coryell at San Diego State in 1964. San Diego State was the nation's top-ranked small college team in 1966. Madden is married and a father. And I got to tell you, if you remember, you talk about Madden's coaching career. I forget if it was the America's Game or Full Color Football, but you remember the segment where Madden's talking about going to watch Lombardi, a session by Lombardi. And he thought it'd be incredible. Lombardi would give you all this great knowledge. And he talked about the sweep play, the Packer sweep, I believe, for 8 hours, something like that, which taught Madden that you really know football as just an incredible, great little insight. Now, 1970, the merger season, Raiders, pride and poise, in their short time as a franchise, appeared in Super Bowl II. Could have appeared. They were one step away from Super Bowls 3, 4, and 5. They were in the playoffs in 72, 73, 74, 75. Missed it in 78 and 79. 77, they were a step away from defending their Super Bowl title. Just an incredible franchise. Within 20 years, amazing win-loss record. And who doesn't remember John Madden and his impact on that team? Let's look ahead to John Madden now, 1970. It's his second year as head coach of the Silver and Black Pride and Poise. John Madden enters his second season as head coach of the Oakland Raiders with many accomplishments already behind him. Among the 1969 feats achieved by Madden and his team were a 12-1-1 regular season record, the best in all pro football, and second best ever registered in the American Football League. It was topped only by Oakland's 13-1 in 1967. A Western Division championship of the AFL, the Raiders' third straight. An AFL record tying 15 straight games without defeat, a string started in 1968. Coach of the Year honors for Madden is awarded by the Sporting News, Pro Football Weekly, the Professional Football Writers Association, and the Santa Clara Valley Sports Writers and Broadcasters. All this was accomplished by pro football's youngest head coach. Madden was 34 on April 10th, 1970. Amazing. The 1969 season was Madden's third with the Raiders. He was linebacker coach in 1967 and 68 before being named head coach on February 4th, 1969. Madden began his coaching career in 1960 at age 23 after a knee injury cut short his career with the Philadelphia Eagles. He attended college at San Mateo and California Poly, where he was an all-conference tackle and catcher on the baseball team. Born in Austin, Minnesota, but raised in Daly City near San Francisco, John was always active in sports as a youth, played football and baseball at Jefferson High. Madden's coaching career started at Hancock Junior College in Santa Maria, California, where he quickly earned his first head coach title. That came in 1962. And a year later, Hancock won a league championship and was ranked 9th in the country. His two teams at Hancock posted a 13-5 record with an 8-1 his second year. A move by Madden to San Diego State in 1964-66 as defensive coordinator helped produce other fine teams. The coach lives in Pleasanton, California with his wife, Virginia, and sons Mike 6 and Joe 4. John Madden was just one of the greats. We miss him terribly. So enjoy this game. 70 Raiders, 70 Lions. Let's get to it. All right, folks, let's set her up. November 26, 1970. We're going back to Tiger Stadium. The Lions, the Raiders, two playoff teams in the thick of the hunt in the merger season. 1970, kicking off an incredible decade. If you love that decade of football, you got to check out Joe Zagorski. He's working on a book about Larry Little. He did a book called The NFL in the 70s. We've got A Custom Field by Paul Barone. We've got the Titans. Now, Lions at one point had some tan or gold in their uniform. That goes back, of course, to the Portsmouth Spartans era of the 30s. We'll just use these to hold maybe some of our player substitutions. Let's get through what APBA football is about. This is an original 1970 game and cards. It is a little, well, you know, it's an official original APBA box when you get the tape coming apart there. It's got the rarer blacked out black reverse type here for the internal card box. We've got the original cardboard crescent roll type shaker with a metallic bottom here. And we've got the, of course, again, the red and white dice. We'll maybe use those. We've got the Michigan Trumbles here again. You read the dice in APBA football as 21. The red is tens. White is singles. And the premise of APBA football, very simply, is this. Every player has a card, or all the starters of a given season have a card, okay? And these cards are statistically, mathematically calculated to replicate their pass completions, pass receptions, running yardage, sacks, interceptions, fumble recoveries, all the big plays are all baked into these cards. You create lineups for offense and defense. Each player has a point total from 1 to 5. You compare the total of Team A's offense to Team B's index and vice versa, and you get one of 3 offensive indexes, A, B, or C. Use that index and field position to find the results of your running and passing plays. in this vintage game, you have 2 run plays and 2 pass plays. That would be the outside run and the plunge inside. And then you have the short and long pass. Now, without getting too deeply into all the mechanics, there are many, many ways to skin the cat here in terms of solitaire play. APBA is great face-to-face or solitaire, and there are many other football games out there too. Of course, we mentioned Stratomatic, 4th Street Software, PTG Games, Inside Blitz, all the inside games, 5D20 football, data-driven football. Of course, we own all the Maddens. They're downstairs with the game console, but we're up here unplugged, going back 52 years to honor John Madden and Pride and Poise. Of course, the Raiders finished 8-4-2. The Lions 10-4. So we'll see what their point totals look like here, offense to defense. That's why APBA is great. You get to get a sense of a team's strengths or weaknesses. Of course, the game has gone through some changes, and there have been some philosophies as to how you create these cards. But all the players you know and love. Actually, I'm just going to make. I'm not even going to. Well, I've got the roster here. You basically use the rosters as APBA provides them, or as you see on something like Pro Football Reference, the gods of football data. We also have all the extra players. For many years, APBA would allow you these extra cards, the XFs. We have them in this set. At that time, the 1970 season, originally, you would get 4 extra players. In the 1976 original season, they added a 5th one. And for the Raiders, we've got, we see Dwayne Benson, James Country Warren, Rob Condor-Zvios, and Pete Banaszak, amazingly. Okay, of course, 1970 also known for George Blanda's 5-game streak. Let's see if we can, my hands are a little cold here. And you'll see where is Mr. Blanda. Although LaMonica, I believe, started this game. You know, it comes down to how much of a stickler you are for a given starting lineup. Many folks are so stickler that they will sit the guy who did not play in that game. I mean, they're very, they play it straight. There's many ways you can play it, but who are you going to run? Who's going to run this offense today? I think we're going to allow Mr. Blanda to back up Mr. LaMonica. We're going to give the start to LaMonica. LaMonica is a 4, Blanda is a 3. Now you see that 4 point there with Blanda. That's the older kind of system, I believe, for creating offensive indexes on special teams play. We'll have a little mod for that here. We'll use the blue dye for that. Some other things we might come up with to show you how flexible APBA football is. In terms of Blanda's card, however, you see 1133 and 66 are pretty much the biggest power numbers there, right? Blanda actually has the edge on LaMonica at 33. You see that extra 1 there in a P column. That's where you resolve your pass plays. So, man, I don't know. The temptation would be to start Blanda for sure. And Blanda's also got that big 1 down there for his point kicking. So, and he's looks like he's doing his punts, 4s, 6s, and 8s. Could be on his R column. They hadn't quite refined the use of P and K columns there necessarily. Of course, in today's game, the codes are all over the place. So let's just get to our lineups here really quickly. This is going to be great. Now, again, I'm not going to worry too much about left tackle, right tackle, linebacker, right corner, and all that good stuff. I'm simply going to get this box out of here. I'll show you the boards. I'm going to put the best team on the field. That means the highest point total for offense and defense. Here are, just to finish the vintage unboxing, here are the rules. There's the goal line to play and the blitz you can do to do some extra. You've got onside kick rules in there. Okay, if we need it. It could be that close a game. You got your special teams board. You've got your run, play board. The big old white boards, these boards have been condensed into books these days, and your plunge. This is the vintage version, long pass, short pass. It's a lot more compact these days. You'll see that on our videos throughout the channel. And then, of course, we've got our vintage play cards. I have a solitaire method where I shuffle a deck of play cards and choose them and then call the defense to see if I can't guess the player or ball carrier. And here at last is the original APBA football field, but we're going to use Paul Barone's. He's been doing these primarily for Stratomatic. This is the, quote, mini version, I guess, and then there's the jumbo version. It's regular version, really size, and he's got some sales going on till end of Black Friday, so I'd jump on him. He's got Facebook pages. His work is just impeccable now. The old vintage APBA board is just, can we get to, I mean, it's sturdy. His boards are also sturdy. They're laminated, but they're also weatherproof. So keep an eye. We've got some ideas about what we're going to do with that. So without further ado, let's get our boards in order here, and we're going to talk about our lineups. All right. Let's get this out of the way. For the Lions, your 1970 Detroit Lions. Let's see, we've got Kalkowski. We've got the inimitable Alex Karras. Talk about characters in this game. We got Rocky Freitas here, Gallagher, etc. We've got Larry Hand. I mean, we've got Bull Flanagan. These Lions were not messing around. A lot of 4s and 5s. 5 is the most points you can get as a player. 4, the second highest. 3rd is kind of your basic yeoman guy. Played a great season. 2 is, necessary, but not a star. And 1 is kind of, special teams or, deep backup kind of a guy. These Lions finished, like I say, 10-4, being ousted by the Cowboys by that weird 5-0 score. Melvin Farr here. You got a lot of great talent here on the 70 Lions team. I've been wanting to play them and the 70 Niners. Oh, and Mr. being the Steeler fan, we are here, Mr. LeBeau. It's just what a team. Mike Lucci. So actually, we'll go away. We'll put these lineups together really quickly for you here after we just show you, introduce your Lions. Again, these cards are calculated to work with the boards. You call plays on offense. Defense has countermeasures. And you play the game just as the rules of the game dictate. And in speaking of the rules, of course, this is 1970. So we're going to be kicking off from the 40-yard line. The goalposts are at the front of the end zone. So a little easier on the kicking side of the game. Like I said, you saw that whopper of a 1 by on George Blanda's 66K column. So if it comes down to that, boy, I tell you, let's just get the Lions. Let's get the Lions envelope here. Okay, and then the your good old Raiders. Again, we saw some Marv Hubbard and Brown and Dotson. We got LaMonica and Blanda. Introducing your folks. They're entering the arena now. Rod Sherman, Mike Eyeshide. It's going to be a good, close, right in the B index contest here. And the rookie tight end starting at 4 points and as a 3-point linebacker, Ray Chester. Ray Chester starts as a Raider, goes to the Colts, ends his career as a Raider, wins a ring finally in the Flores era. His 79 card, the 79 Raiders, 78 and 79, they finished 9-7 both seasons, but man, Chester and Casper together, what a combination. Mr. Warren Wells, oh, Mr. Art Shell. And, of course, Gene Upshaw. I mean, the big guns. That big O-line. Right along there with, Mr. Jim Otto at center. Come on. Hands are a little cold there. Jim Otto, 00. And then Mr. James Harvey, guard. And Horse at tackle there. So there's your O-line. Your Raider D-line. You got Klein. You got Oates. You got Keating. You got Ben Davidson. Big Ben. I mean, man's going to put a hurt on somebody. I may have to use that blue roll. I've created a roll where, if you're in the Atkinson Tatum era, you end up rolling for an injury on the intended receiver. Little nasty, but it is era specific. So maybe Ben Davidson. You got the linebackers Lasky, Connors, and the other Otto, that other Otto, Gus Otto, Otto to Otto. And then your secondary, McLaughlin and Nehemiah Wilson, Tricky Wilson. We love APBA cards for their nicknames on there. And at safety, oh yeah, Butch Atkinson. I think we're going to be maybe doing a roll here or there for some bump and run, and the meat grinder of that Raiders secondary, Grayson and Bill Budness, kind of an all-arounder, O-guard and middle linebacker. So let's get these lineups together. All right, pregame is over. It's time to play. November 26, 1970, at Tiger Stadium. Your 1970 Oakland Raiders at the Detroit Lions, two playoff-bound teams, replete with talent. Now, I did go back to Pro Football Reference and looked at their game roster and annual roster for the year to resolve a couple of anomalies. Interesting exercise. These 1970 Raiders, I actually played them. I've got my allocation cards that I custom made to indicate who should get the ball and on runs and passes more frequently. I played a 7-game series between the Raiders and Cowboys of the 70s because, as we know, they missed each other so often in the Super Bowl and in the regular season, but for that end-of-year 1974 regular season contest. So Stabler and Staubach didn't see each other a lot. The 70 Raiders are a powerhouse team. They finished 8-4-2 before losing to the Colts 27-17 in the first AFC championship game in this merger season. The Lions finished 10-4. They lost to the Cowboys 5-0 in the divisional round. So the Cowboys, of course, went to the Super Bowl. The Raiders would have faced them, and that was the seed of the Silver Series idea. Let's look at the 1970 Raiders right off the bat here. Again, we're going to count each player's points on offense and defense, compare Raider offense to Lion defense, and vice versa, and come up with an offensive index A, B, or C. A is the best, B is the standard. You're going to use that most often. C is the worst. That's your $76 against, say, the 76 Raiders, where it's a major point differential. Right off the bat here at tight end is rookie Ray Chester. This man's got a huge career ahead of him. He's a 4-point A. Warren Wells, classic, 5-point A receiver, A grade, just like offensive indexes. Receivers have A, B, or C indexes, and they can elevate their offensive index on a pass play. The defense can counter that. Fred Biletnikoff, the absolute master, Mr. Stickum, Mr. Possession, clutch. He is a 4-point and A. So you've already got 3 A receivers on this team. And then you've got the Mad Bomber, Daryl LaMonica, 1s at 11 and 66 and a 4 at 33. We saw Blanda has a 1 at 33. So Blanda has to come in, as he did so often in 1970, and execute some late game heroics. We'll see just how that goes. The Mad Bomber, LaMonica. LaMonica, the Mad Bomber. He's got 1s at 11 and 66 and a 4 at 33. he's going to get the start as he did, but Blanda is in the wings with that 1 at 33. Blanda had 5 winning games, a 5-game streak in this 1970 season. Will he have to come off the bench and do it again? We shall see. In the backfield with LaMonica are halfback Charlie Smith at 3 points and Hewitt Tank Dixon at fullback at 4 points. And they're both BC receivers. So you got a great short pass game here. B on short pass, higher index, and C on long passes. Not that you're going to be targeting your receivers long that often, but it can happen, and I think it should. Some people might argue. And then rounding out the Raider offense, Art Shell, Gene Upshaw, Jim Otto, James Harvey, and Harry Horseshoe at 4 points there. Let's just total this offense. We'll count again later. That's 3, 7, 11, 15, 24. Oh my goodness. 28, 33, 38, 41, 45. That is out of a possible 55 points. That's a big deal. In game 1 of my 70 Raiders, 70 Cowboys game in my Silver Series, which the Cowboys ultimately won 4 games to 3, the 70 Raiders killed the Cowboys, gotta say, and that's partly why. So we've got our special teams here next up. We've got Eyeshide, and there's Mr. Blanda himself. Okay, so if he comes into play, look out. And then as returners, we've got Alvin Wyatt, Rod Sherman, Marv Hubbard, Country Warren, bunch of folks there. And we'll explain the codes as we go along. Let's see. And on defense for these Raiders, you've got Klein, Oates, Keating, Big Ben Davidson, and he is a 3. He's a 6'8", 282. He is called Big Ben on the card, just as in real life. At linebacker, you got Lasky, you got Connors, and you got Gus Otto, and now you guys are 3, so I'm feeling there's a little vulnerability here defensively. But the secondary is another matter entirely. Now you've got Kent McClowan, Nehemiah Tricky Wilson, and Old Man Willie Brown. All 3 are 4-point cornerbacks. Apparently Willie Brown played 8 games, started 7, and he got 3 interceptions. 3 interceptions for no yardage. And if you look at this card, you APBA folks, 29s, 30s, 31s, that's just not, there's nothing there. It's a pretty wild card. But he did make the Pro Bowl that season. So the old game does not have a nickel rule, but I'll have him in reserve. I'm going to start McClowan and Wilson. But I might use some nickel personnel packages with or without the rules, and I'll explain those later. But at safety, you've got George Atkinson and Dave Grayson, also at 4 points. So you've already got a 16-point secondary, no matter how you slice it. In this version of the game, the old version, any 2 secondary men of 8 or more points can lower the grade boost that a receiver gives his team. So if you've got a team in a B, you throw to an A receiver like Biletnikoff, you use the A index, unless the defenders have 2 secondary men totaling 8 or more points, and in that case, you negate the grade boost. The same rule applies on short passes when you've got a secondary of 16 points. So Raiders have that already. The trick here is going to be that the Raiders have 3 3-point linebackers. Well, you know what? You want to put the best team on the field. Now, I'm not going to go base nickel because that's really not era specific, but I am going to put Willie Brown in there on certain occasions. As it is, the Raider defense is 3, 6, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22, and 16. So 38. 45 offense, 38 defense. That's a good but not great defense. That is a great offense, though. So fireworks are going to abound. Now the curiosity here is going to be, what is the Lions situation here? All right, well, right off the bat, we got Mr. Greg Landry, a quarterback. He's only a 3, and in terms of his power numbers, 1133.66, well, you know what? He matches LaMonica. He's 141, but he's also got a heck of a breakaway. And I don't know the stat offhand, but some Lions fan here, chime on in before we look it up. 66 at 1, Route 66. He had some nice long run play somewhere in there. With him are fullback Melvin Farr, a 4-point BC, with a 1 at 66, another big breakaway number there. And halfback Alti Taylor, BC 3-point, and also a breakaway guy with a 1 at 66. So, in the receiving core, you've got Larry Walton, 3-point B, Charlie Sanders, 5-point A, and Earl the Pearl McCulloch, 3-point but C. So here's the compromise. You've got a mixed bag ABC receiver core against a shutdown Raiders secondary. And I might use the Atkinson role. I might throw this on certain critical plays. That possible injury to a receiver on a pass, incomplete pass. Or maybe you roll to see if you can't create an incompletion out of it. The game is so flexible, so I'm going to mess with the rules a little bit here and there. So, rounding out the Lions offense are Scholes, Walton, Flanagan, a 5-point center. Bull Flanagan, that is. Frank Gallagher, and Rocky Freitas at right tackle there. So, or Freitas, you should know that. Let's count up this. What point total do these Lions on offense have to face that 38-point Raider defense with? Landry is 3, and you got 7, 10, 15, woohoo, 18, 21, 24, 27, 32, 35, 39. So the Lions have 1 point more than the Raiders, strictly in the B index. The range in the old game is if your offense totals 10 points more to 5 points less than the defense, you're in the B index. So you'd have to have an 11-point offense to be in the A index against the Raider team. It's just not likely. There are many modifications for creating floating indexes, so people try to make all the points matter more. You'll see many of us contend that that's not really necessary. These teams are very evenly matched. They should be in the B index. And ultimately, it's how the results boards are geared. I mean, you've got to understand the philosophy of who created the game, and some of that is lost. Some of that is, it's around, but it's, we try to help centralize that information. But in any case, 39 offense to 38 defense, squarely in the B. So, but it's all those other mechanisms that make the fireworks happen. On special teams, you got folks like Bobby Ray Williams. He's a 3-point defender. Defensive guy, you got Nick Eddy. He's a 3-7 back, so he's more of an outside scat back kind of a guy if you use him in the game. Herman Weaver is a rookie punter, and he's got 2 at 66 in his K column, so he can do some damage. We can see some coffin corner here, some hang time, something like that. And Dad Man, Errol Mann, also dangerous. 1's at 11 and 66 in his K column. So, the Lions kicking game here is going to be very interesting. And then Steve Owens, one of the XFs, the square perforated XFs. He's a 3-point C fullback. He's just a yeoman guy if you need him in a pinch. Now, keep in mind that there are no injury codes on these player cards. Those started with the 72 original season, but there are provisions for injuries in the game, so we'll see how that goes. So we know that the 39 points, I'll just note that to begin with, the Lions are 39-0, and the Raiders are 38D, so that's B index, and the Raiders are a 45 offense, and let's see what they're facing in terms of the Silver Rush here. What's the Silver Rush? Well, you got Jim Mitchell, Alex Karras, the great, Jerry Rush, they're all great. And is there any more appropriate name for a lineman? And Larry Hand. 4s across the board there. That's a great start. So there's your 16. What about that linebacking core? What do we got here? We got Butch Naumoff, who's also 4-point end. So it could be interesting. Mike Lucci, 4-point in the center, man in the middle. And Wayne Walker is a 4-point linebacker, 3-point end. Can also play center. These guys are kind of toying with that single platoon feel here. So that's 16 plus 4 is 24 and 28. So you got a straight 28-point front 7 here. And now in the secondary, no slouches here either. Start with Stroll. Lem Barney is a 4. Great Steeler coach, Dick LeBeau. Mike Wigger. And Thomas Chink Vaughn at safety. So, what's the difference here? Difference here is you got Lem Barney is a 4, and the rest of his secondary men are 3s. So you don't have 2 totaling 8 points. You don't have 4 totaling 16 points unless you throw in a nickel back. Now, again, that is not an old game rule. I'm gearing this to some folks who, if you don't know the game, you just came here, hopefully, for checking out some Madden action. Then we can explain that further. So many ways you can play this game. There is a nickel rule in the current version of the game, which was introduced 40 years ago. And in terms of the backups here, you do have Rasmussen as a 3-point DB. Could throw him in for one of your linebackers, and the linebackers are all 4 points because you're going to lose a point there. You've also got, I'll actually keep him out here. I might use that rule where I use that 5th back and get those totals up. So instead of 2 guys needing 8 or more points, I'll count it as 3. If I need, instead of 4 guys needing 16 or more points to tame that short pass game, I'll use 5 guys. Okay, just simple as that. Wait, what did I do? Okay. Rasmussen and Triplet is a 2-point. Well, he's a 3-point fullback, 2-point secondary man, and then you got Munson backing up Landry, and he's also a 1-4-1 guy. So now some folks have thought that these older sets might be a little overcarded. Don't know if I agree with that. Again, it comes down to philosophies of the people doing the cards and all that good stuff. So we do have a nickel back option for the Lions. The Lions ultimately then are 4, 8, 12, 16. Great front 7. 20, 24, 28, 32, and 3, 6, 9. So 41. Okay. 13, 41. Just want to take another look at that for us. 16. Yeah, that should do it. Don't have my guys here. Feel like one of them got out of place here. Don't want to lose them. They do all matter, Well, we'll find that in any case. There he is. See? He fell. There we go. That's 16. 28, 32, 9, 41. There you go. Just like the triple, double, quadruple check. So 41 defense of the Lions to a 45 offense for the Raiders. Again, it's squarely in the B index. The Raiders are +4 on offense, and the Lions are +1 on offense. So, really cool matchup here. Let's get to it. All right, I think we are set for kickoff here at Tiger Stadium. I'll use the Michigan and Trumbull dice box here. See if we can stay in the confines of the felt padded. And there you go. That's going to be an issue for me. I tend to be a little vigorous on the shaking of the dice here. We've got our vintage 1950, 60, 70 something old crescent roll container metal bottom type APBA shaker here in the Michigan Trumbull dice. Remember, this is a APBA dice, so you're reading that. That is a 64 there. Red is the 10s, and the White is the singles. We got the playoff-bound Lions hosting the playoff-bound Raiders. We've got possibly the oldest statistics-based sports tabletop football game ever. And of course, it was introduced in 1958. APBA released its football game, representing the 1957 season in which your Detroit Lions decimated the Browns for the title after eliminating, in dramatic fashion, the Niners in San Francisco in that playoff game that the Lions trailed miserably before taking matters into their own hands in the second half. An amazing game, well before, or a season before the greatest game ever played, 1958. It certainly, I think, has some claim to that, although it wasn't the actual title game. But obviously, that was at 59-14, something like that, that the Lions beat the Browns after dispatching the Niners. So it's great, great fun. APBA has evolved with the years. We've got our Nickelbacks and our Titans. We got Rasmussen for the Lions, Old Man Willie for the Raiders. We'll roll for the kickoff. You play the game just like you would football. You'll see it as we go through this. I'm not going to write the statistics. If you'd like to add the statistics for us and put those in the comments, that would be wonderful. I will timestamp the quarters and the key moments. We'll red zone it, like I say. Generally, you can flip a coin or you can call odd even on the die. Since the Raiders are the visitors here at Tiger Stadium, we're going to let the Raiders call it even, and it is odd. It is a 3, so they lose, and the Lions will defer. Let's do that. Lions will kick off, and I'm going to use, I often write everything down. I'm going to use the little champagne bottle from R&R Games Dompierre to mark the time. 30 plays a quarter in APBA football. That's 30 seconds of play. Every play, it's kind of funny the way they explain it. Every play is a full play except pretty much every play. Half play, or 15 seconds, is change of possession, a score, an injury, a penalty, an out-of-bounds play, a timeout. There are no injury codes in the game of APBA football here yet. That doesn't happen until the original 1972 season. So I haven't played this vintage 1970 board set for a few months here, and we do have onside kick rules. We got a blitz and ground play defense. We're going to finagle some nickel presence in here, nickelbacks on occasion. And so, kicking off from the 40-yard line, and the goalposts are in the front of the end zone. You got two powerful kickers. The Lions are going to kick it off. They defer. I'm just going to make a note of that. Detroit gets third quarter kick. And now we've got our offense over here on the bench. And we're going to do our kicker for the Lions, our defense behind, and then our bench. And I'll put my bench players under here if we need. And then we got the Raider offense on the bench. We'll have them right here in the wings, on deck, if you will. Here's our special teams. There's our my old method, years old method defense there, and the good old Banaszak there is an XF. He's one of the extra players, squared and perforated there. Would love to get him into this game a bit. Substitution is entirely up to you, barring injuries. And so who do we have? The Lions kicking off. We're looking for the person with the KO designation. That would be Errol Dadman. He's your KA for your field goal and PAT kicker, and KO for kicking off. And you're going to look on his K column, and you're going to kick off to the OA and 09, which are the OA and the OB, which are the 09 and 010, which are the left and right halfbacks. You've got a couple of, let's see, where are we? The position tables. So you've got the position tables there, and then you have to also know the designations on the special teams boards. Well, now that's interesting. In this, see, this is, you go back to the vintage boards, actually, it's 09, 010 there, Yes, it does, of course, but it's OA on the cards. They never listed the 9 or 10 on the cards because you're putting the cards in different positions. All right, that was clear as mud, wasn't it? Let's see. Well, we've got wide as your OB, as your O10, right halfback. I don't know if I think my OA is going to be one of the starting offensive players or one of the DBs. And all the lineups and introductions, I didn't pay attention. Yes, George Butch Atkinson. We have two Butches. We have a Butch Nalmoff, is it? And Butch. Oh. Yeah. All right. We got Butch Nalmoff and Butch Atkinson. Okay, that's just, well, means nothing really. But Atkinson is your OA. Okay. So we're going to roll. Errol Mann. Where did so many moving parts here. Errol Mann, Dad Man. That is a 36. That's a 36 on his K column is a 22. You look on the kickoff, it is 5609 from the 40. 10, 20, 30, 40, 56. And that went to the 09. All right, that is George Atkinson. And we're got a 23 is going to be on his R column. Today that would be on his K column, but 23 is a 25. Looks like it's going to be pretty modest. And the other thing we have to do with these vintage boards, they wanted you to calculate A, B, and C index for your special teams. I don't do that. In the later boards, post 1972, 72, 73 revision, they changed that to numeric allocation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So instead of A, B, or C, I'm going to use a 1 or 2 as A, 3 or 4 as B, 5 or 6 is C instead of the letter grade index. And on the kickoff return, he rolled a 23, which is a 25 on his K column. Whoa. And it's a 1. That would be the A, which would be the best. So that is 14 yards. Defense kicks, offense receives. So 56-yard kickoff and a 14-yard return. And that is 1st and 10 at the 18. Okay. And that is, I'm going to count that as a half play. All right. I may just back myself up here. And let's get the special teams off the field. Let's get our 41-point Lions defense here. And let's get our Raider defense off to the bench there. And our secondary men off the bench there. Off to the bench there. And let's get that big old 45-point Raider offense here, and we're just gonna call it as logically. There are many rules for solitaire. Basically, what happens here: you call a run or a pass on offense. The defense then sets the line setting: light, medium, or heavy, or light, standard, heavy. Now, again, in the old days here, they actually use numeric. They organize the results numerically. Within the B index, then your defensive line, and then you've got it by field position. That stays the same. Any version of the game, results ordered by field position or by index. With the master game, they changed the defensive line settings to D, S, or G. D for light, S for standard, G for heavy or ground. The D, your guess is as good as mine. Where that came from, I'm going to put the special teams chart over here, and we've got our run and pass boards here. So basically going to be looking those up and down. Let's see what we got here. What are the Raiders going to do? LaMonica leads his men out there. They'll be breaking the huddle soon. Wells will be the left receiver, Biletnikoff the right, and a rookie Ray Chester waiting to do some damage here in Detroit. Let's see, what do we got here? And again, the Raiders are 45 offense to a 41 defense. Powerful front seven for Detroit, but a weak secondary, so if Rasmussen has to come in on those pass plays. So be it. Let's see. I'm going to start the game with Tank Dixon, I think, on an outside run. I'll call standard line for the Lions. You can roll for that in the old days. I'll just tell you this. In the old days, you could, where was it? They allowed you to roll, is it on here? That might be another one they added in the later 70s. Boards, or is it over here? No, that's it. If one person plays the game by himself, it determines the line settings. I select the play guard by rolling just one of the dice. If 1 or 2 is rolled, the line is set the smallest. 3, 4 is the average or middle, and 5 or 6 the heaviest. That's about as unscientific as it gets, but it gets the job done. I'm going to use simply the situation as it stands. There is something called the Fletch 67 chart, which used to be freeware, if you will. It was a community creation. It is now in the game that you buy. So there are also defense calling cards based on the number of points the defense is at advantage or in deficit to the offense. Lots of ways you can play this solitaire. What did I say? Outside run. Gonna do an outside run. Dixon. And they're both going to be indexed. Dixon's got that big breakaway. So it's an outside run. It is a 36. And now I'm also going to roll even will be if they key him or not. Even. And they did. So they keyed him. So 36 outside run. He's got a 25B. It's 25B against a standard line. No gain out of bounds. So that's it. Nothing. 2nd and 10. And, right, so we get some of the jitters out of there. Just going to note 29. And let's see, what do we want to do? Would LaMonica put it up that quickly? We don't know, but let's just see. Now, I want to make sure here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 56, 16, 18. Right, okay. Always good to double check yourself during the game. So let's see. Let's try a short pass to Charlie Smith. Short pass to Smith. I'll call it standard again. Short pass to Smith. That would have been a nice 66. It's a 65 on the Reds, and they did key the play. They guessed the play. I'm just doing a 50-50 right-wrong. I think the Stratomatic folks do that to some degree, or it's a 50-50. You look up in Stratomatic the result on the player's card or on the defensive card. Very different system. But in any case, we're looking up a 65 on LaMonica's card is a 23 rather. That's in the B index. That's a 22B standard. You're not going to do anything with the key, but I think the Silver Rush just picked off a big pass here. Oh, and that is 6W. I'm not going to use allocators based on actual stats because you can allocate the interceptions based on, who actually intercepted the ball or caught passes and all that good stuff. But this is again, just a 65 is a 20. Where'd it go? 65 is a 23. B standard. 5WD7. 5 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a half play. 5 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. Now D7, I can tell you in a 4-3 defense here. D1's your left end, 2 left tackle, 3 your middle linebacker. D4 is your right tackle. D5, your right end. D6, your left backer. D7 is your right backer. Did I get it right? We're going to go over here anyway. So, yeah, D7, your right linebacker. Pick that ball off. And who do we have here? Is it Butch? No, it is Mr. Wayne Walker. Wow. And you're going to roll for the return on his R column. Wayne Walker's card, that's a 63. Is 22. I'm going to roll for the column, be the C column, interception return, C column. That was a 22. No, it was a 22. 22 in the C column is the 5 yards. Wow. So Walker picks it and takes it back to what was the line of scrimmage And the Lions have a major, major break here. 1st and 10. Wow. Just like that. Wow, wow, wow. LaMonica. I hope Bland is warming up here because this is going to be something. The Lions, the Silver Rush, pressured the Mad Bomber, and they've got a golden opportunity, or rather a silver opportunity here. 1st and 10 at the Raider 18-yard line. Here comes Landry facing that 38-point defense, but there is weakness in that. Well, no, there's no weakness in this secondary, excuse me. This is a tough secondary, right? It's, we got Sanders, Walton, McCullough out here. And we've got Farr and Taylor in the backfield. Does he want to put it up, or does he want to play it conservatively here? Let's see. Let's see. Well, that is a full play elapsed, is it not? That should be, again, that was the kickoff. No, and then that was the half, and that was the other half. So, 20 and a half. 20 and a half, yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see here. What are we going to do? Half play and half play. Just trying to think. What are we going to do here? We're going to do, I think, Melvin Farr. 2 great runners. One's at 66. Either way. So, 1st and 10 at the 18. I'm going to go inside run. Try to do a little more punishment. We're going to do let's do inside run or a plunge with Melvin Farr against the standard line. That's they didn't key him. It's a 42 for Farr. That's an 18B standard up the gut. And remember, you got to check your field position now. They're between the opponent's 30 and 10. That is a plunge in the B against the standard line. That 42 is 18, and that is 7 yards inside. Melvin Farr blasts for 7. And a 2nd down. Okay. Wow. Wow. 2nd and 3. All right. 2nd and 3. I wonder if you don't just go, you're not supposed to use the same back 2 plays in a row, but I think it's ridiculous. You can easily do that if you'd like, so I'm going to do that. Going to do that. Melvin Farr, I'm not going to call it a G line. I'm going to call it a G line. And you know what? I'm going to have an audible in here. I'm going to change. If the blue die is 6, I'm going to have Landry do a short pass to Sanders. If it's a 6, if the blue die comes up 6, it'll be a short pass to Sanders. Otherwise, it's far inside against the G line. So if Landry sees what he likes, all right, see if I can remember all that. So it's not a short pass. So it's a 5, not a 6. So it's 12. Farr is going 12. 33. That's probably a fumble inside against the G. 33 BG is 0. Amazing. No gain, no fumble. Dodged a bullet there. That's inbounds. 3rd down and 3 at the 18. Wow. All right, let's see. Would you short pass it here? Let's see. I don't know. I don't really need the play cards. Ooh, what are we going to do? All right, where are we? You got the LaMonica pick, almost a Melvin Farr fumble, and now 3rd and 3 at the Raider 11. I almost want Landry to take it. I might, for the blue die, the blue die is completely unorthodox, got nothing to do with the actual rules. This is me modifying on the fly. I may do Landry carrying that ball down there. I think I'm going to do Alti Taylor outside on a G. I'm going to call the Raiders G line, or the heaviest line, on a 3rd and 3. And I'm going to have Alti Taylor run it outside. But if it's a 6, but if it's a 6, I will have, I should probably maybe have 2 shakers, or roll that separately. If it's a 6, Landry will carry it outside, but otherwise it's Alti Taylor. It's a 6, and it's Landry's going to take the ball, And it's a 14. He tucks it, and it's 26. It would have been 31 with Taylor. It would actually be worse. There's an outside run against the G line in the B. 14, 14 is 26 on Landry's R column. So it looked like he saw it was going to be a busted play. And woof, wow, these are the old boards. Landry loses 7. It would have been -8. So Landry scrambling around, loses it, muffed handoff, something like that. -7 yards, and you're right back to where you started. And that is a full play as well. And it's 4th down. Man is going to kick the ball here. And remember, the goalposts are in the front of the end zone. So, you know, you can have lots of little modifying fun like that. Kind of, Arrow Man's going to kick it. Let's see. Let's get this done here. All right. Man's just going to kick, roll for the field goal. I didn't even check for a key there. It was a deep loss. These old boards had these manic, wild losses. That's been tamed in the game. So let's see. That's a 25 for Arrow Man. That should be good on his K column. 25 is a 9. And we'll roll. 9 in the B column. Field goal. You're going to read it from the line of scrimmage from the 18. So, 12 to 20, it's a B, and it was a 9, and it is flat out good, and the Lions are up 3-0 already. Lions deferred the kick and got the pick, and they got a kickoff from the 40. All right, the Lions up 3-0. It's a lot going on there. It's a fun game. You practice it, you learn it. Arrow Man's going to kick off to the Raiders from his 40. We've got Atkinson ready to receive along with Wyatt. See what happens here. I did get an extra shaker, so I'll put the blue die in there for whatever I feel like using that for the key of an offensive player or otherwise. Man's kicking off from the 40. It is a 40, 45 is 9. And that is 6109. I may just take the touchback there, right? I'm just going to take the touchback. Raiders are already kind of take that half play there. Yeah, we'll just take the touchback there for the Raiders. They'll kind of regroup here. Hey, you know, it's a quick one-off play. Not the worst thing in the world, but when you're here among the Detroit faithful, the loud Detroit faithful, you don't want to get in a deeper hole than you need to. So, 45-point offense, Raiders 41-point defense, big front 7 for the Silver Rush here, but a weaker secondary. So, I may go short pass to Chester against the standard, just to show that we're going to go back to the air. How about that? And that's a 25. And they keyed it, though. So 25 is going to be Lamonica has a 9 in his P column. He's going to Chester in the A column. The Lions have not adjusted for it, but they did key him. So it's 9A standard. Was a first down and 2 out of bounds. They keyed him down to 5 yards. Okay, so you drop 2 lines when you key, and there's a gain on the play. I have a separate video on that. Had it been first down and 2 out of bounds, in the newer game, they limit you that that would be a 12-yard maximum. So if you're a 3rd and 22, it would not be 22 yards. It would be 12 yards plus any extra yardage. But in this case, that first down and 2 has been keyed down to 5. It's a nice showing, and it's inbounds. So it's 2nd and 5 for the Raiders. 2nd 5 for the Raiders. And I'm just noting the time additionally to what's on the field, just in case I knock something over. All right, so Raiders get back to some comfort zone there. Let's do Dixon. Let's do Dixon inside. I'll call standard line again. Dixon inside. Not working well with this. Oh, it's a 61. They didn't key him. Dixon inside. 61 is 21. B standard, no key. 21 B standard, no key. That's a yard, so it's going to be 3rd and 4. That's full play, inbounds. And let's see here. Well, LaMonica, 3rd and 4 at his 26. Down by a field goal. What are we going to do here? Let's see. Let's go short to Chester against a standard. I think you could go D-line or a pass defense line here, but you don't know. You got some pair of good running backs here. Dixon's got the breakaway. So I'm going to go short to Biletnikoff against a standard, and that is a 24. They didn't key him. It's A, actually. Biletnikoff is an A, so LaMonica is a 24, but it's a 30. A standard, and that is a sack, -4 yards. They got him. The Silver Rush just got LaMonica. That's at 30 is -4. Any negative yardage under the incompletions is a sack. Any negative yardage above the incompletions is simply a pass for lost yardage. So that is a sack, and the Raiders are going to punt on 4th down there. All right, so the Raiders, Mike Eyeshot, is going to punt this away. You're not keying anybody. You're simply kicking the ball. That is 43. Oh my goodness, on his K column, that's going to be a 31. Let's make sure I punt. And you're looking at field position for the punt. He's at his 22 on a 4th and 8. He's kicking not from behind his own 19, which is even worse. You're between his 20 and your 49. That 31, there's a shot at a blocked kick here. And that is a 3. It's the B column, and he just avoids it. Oh, my goodness. So the 43 is a 31 on his K column. But of the 3 opportunities, the 3 columns of results, 2 of them for blocks. He kicks it square down the middle. It's 25 yards to D8. It's a little short. Okay. Make sure we don't lose our mark. 10, 20, say 5 to D8. 5 to the 47. And D8 is going to be your left corner. I'll have that be, you should create position charts, rosters for your special teams folks. So we already had Lem Barney as the TA and Eddie as the TB. Let's just do we have a TC? I'll use one of the TCs in there. If there is one, I don't know that there is one for these folks. Yeah, there is. Larry Walton. I'll have Larry Walton do it as the corner. You look at his R column, it's a 42. For Walton is a 26. 26 in the B. Punt return. 26B, no gain. That's about right. So the Lions, that's a half tick there. 21 plays or 10.5 minutes to go. The Lions have a 1st and 10 at the Raider 47. Again, a great opportunity here. And the Lions feels like home field advantage to me without even having to create any sort of special chart or roll. And the Lions up 3-0, 10.5 plays to go in the first quarter. 1st and 10 at the Raider 47. I did get the second die here for rolling for keys or options. And now the Lions feel like they might want to take a bit more of a shot. Let's see. Well, let's do a short to Charlie Sanders. Oh, there's a 65. They didn't key him. 65 on the Landry's P column is a 10. Sanders is an A. He would lift the B index to an A, but that 16-point Raider secondary keeps it in the B, so it's going to be 10P. I'll call it a standard line. Short pass, 10B, standard line is 5 yards to Sanders. Inbounds. 5 to Sanders, inbounds to the 42. It's second down. That's a full play. All right. Let's see. Let's do Ulti Taylor outside against the standard. That's a 13. They did key him. 13 is a 32. That's not going to matter. 32B standard. Ouch, that's going to be a huge loss. 32B standard is -7. Kind of nuts. So it's going to be 3rd and 12 from the 49. That is in bounds. Again, those kind of arcade-style losses. So now you got to put the ball up. I don't think he needs a nickel defense here. But you know what? We'll put it in anyway. We'll sub out Brown for one of the, it could be anybody. We'll sub it out for Otto. We'll sub him for Otto. Brown for Otto. And there are rules for who you're supposed to substitute specifically for a nickel. You don't even do it in the vintage version of the game, but we're doing it anyway. So Willie Brown is in, defending there, against what? It's going to be, it was a 5-yard gain, a 7-yard loss. It is 3rd and 12 from the 49. 3rd and 12 from the 49. Well. Let's see. You know what? I'll go short to Melvin Farr. It'll be a D-line. It'll be a 62. They didn't key it. 62 is an 8. Now he's a B. They're going to drop him to a C, so it's going to be 8C against a D-line. Not much there, right? 8C and a D-line is 3 measly yards to the 46. That's in bounds. It's 4th down. The Lions will punt it, but they didn't lose major ground, so that is something. Weaver's going to punt that. No chance for a field goal here. The maximum field goal you can get in APBA right now, by the way, is 66 yards. And we did a video on that. Justin Tucker has the numbers. So, punting to Alvin Wyatt and Rod Sherman. Let's see what the rookie Weaver can kick up here, so to speak. Is a 36, is a 16 on his K column. A 16A. And you're punting from across midfield. So, between the defenses 50 and 26, I mean, he can only punt up to the defenses 26. Again, he rolled a 36, which is a 16. And he rolled the A column is 29 to the D10. Okay. 29 to the D10. We get Willie Brown out of there. 29. So that's 6, 16, 26, 29 to the D10, which is your left safety, Alvin Watt. Gonna look on his R column. Is a 15. Is a 9 in the C column. 9C column. Punt return 9 in the C column is 12 yards. Okay. 12 yards from the 17. That's a half play. And here we go. The Raiders defense holds with a big stop. 7-yard stop. And continuing now, the Raiders. A little more breathing room here. Better field position than they've had. 45-point offense, that 41-point defense of the Lions. 28-point front 7. Monica's already gun shy a little bit with that pick. Let's do Dixon inside against the standard line. Is 54. They did key him. Inside standard line. That's 22. B standard. There's a 3 gain down to 0. 2-line drop, 0. That's a full play. And 2nd and 10. All right. Well, the run game, the Lion defense doing it right here. Okay, 2nd and 10 for the Raiders. Let's do along the wells against a standard. It's 45. They keyed it, though. Guessed it again. 45. It's going to be Wells A. 45 is 14 A standard. Long pass. Nothing going to happen with that. 14A standard. Well, wait a minute. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Remember, this is the difference between the old game and the new game. When they added the medium pass, they took a lot of the stuff out. This would have been incomplete in the B, but it's 46 yards to Warren Wells. A huge one. LaMonica uncorks it. 45 is a 14. Just snuck it in there. A index. Even though, well, now wait, they keyed him, so they make it incomplete. There you go. Aha, the key now. So, and there's a gain on the play. That's the perfect maneuver for the key. Long pass to Wells. He is an A. They listen to the A, the 45. Monica's got a 14 in his P column, but with my result, my blue die, even they keyed him. So the 14A standard goes to incomplete, and it is 3rd and 10. Wow, great play again by and now that's 16, or that should be 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go in a first quarter. Well. The Lions skinning their teeth out when they're keeping the Raiders in check. Now, I'm going to go D-line. I'm probably going to go short to Biletnikoff. D-line. It's a 13. They key him too. 13 is a 26 for LaMonica, which in the newer game, the master game from 1982 to now, a 26 or 27 in a quarterback's P column is a scramble. You roll for a run. But this is a 13 is a 26. Short pass, 26, A, standard. It's all incomplete anyway. A 3 and out for the Raiders, and they will punt. And the Raiders, down 3, can't uncork. Almost. That must have been Dick LeBeau just getting his arm in there on Warren Wells. And the Raiders having to kick it away here. Nick Eddy and Lem Barney waiting for the punt. From the 29, Eyeshide kicking. 63 is a 23 in his K column. B column. So 23 on a punt. Punting from it's a more comfortable position between his 20 and 49. Again, that 63 is a 23, and it's in the B column. That's 39 out of bounds. Nicely done. So maybe the special teams here, it's not Ray Guy, but it's still 39 out of bounds. And the Lions are at their 32. First time they've really operated deeper in their territory. So let's see what the Lions do. Can the Raiders put together a big stop down here in Detroit territory? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what's going to happen here. A big 16 points, 1st and 10 for the Lions at their 32. Let's check this out with 7.5 minutes to go in the first. They're up 3-0. This is a bit of a barn burner game in real life. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to do a far inside run against the standard at the 32. Far inside standard is a 12. Not great rolls. They didn't key him. Far inside. 12 is a 33. Inside B standard. Fumble. And Landry, 08, the quarterback, recovers it. It's 08 fumble. And Landry is a 43, is 22 in the C. Fumble recovery 22 in the C. There is no holy roller rule yet. Fumble recovery 22 in the C. Nothing. He falls on the ball. It's a full play. Whew. Dodge a bullet. 2nd and 10. Man, Raiders. Someone got a hand in there. Was it Big Ben? Was it, who was that? Was it Big Ben or was it Lasky? Someone got a hand in there on Farr, and Landry fell on it. 2nd and 10 for the Lions at the 32. No gain, full play. So you got 7 minutes to go. That's 14 plays. Let's see. Maybe we'll do, and now you saw that short pass to Sanders, how that can get botched up there, or a short pass to Farr dropping to the C. So suddenly you've got some, the Lions, but we'll see here. They're not without weapons. So 2nd and 10 at the, let's do Taylor outside run. It'll be a standard line. 62. They didn't key him. Taylor outside is a 24. B standard, not great. -2. -2 yards. Going to be another 3rd and 12. Another 3rd and 12. That was a full play. Excuse me. Wow. So 3rd and 12. A critical 3rd and 12 here for the Lions. All right. What are we going to do here? Again, with that 16-point Raiders secondary, you don't even need the nickel. 3rd and 12. Almost lost the ball, and the Lions down on their side of the field for a change. The Raiders, if they can, work this game of field position, let's see. 13 plays left in the first quarter. Lions up 3-0. What are we going to do? Let's go, let's see. I guess you got to go short to Sanders. You got to go short to Sanders against the D. Way out of there. It's a 34. That's a 28. Doesn't matter if they key him or not. 34. It's 28. B, D. That's going to be another. That's going to be a sack, I think. 28 BD. No. Lucky. That 28. Incomplete. Lucky for sure. But it's 4th down. The Lions now punting from a little deeper than they've had to. So let's see what we got here. Mr. Weaver. Kick this out to Wyatt and Sherman. It's a 31 in the A. 31. As K-Call Weaver kicks in an 8. He's punting from his 30. So that's good. Punting from his 30. So it's 31, 8. First column is 45 out of bounds. Nice boot for the Rook. 45 out of bounds. All right. Nicely done. Half play. 10, 20, 30, 45 out of bounds. And the Raiders are going to start at their 25. That's 6 minutes to go in the half. I'm getting the hang of. I'm really trying to wean myself off of writing everything down. But let's see what we got there. So Weaver, rookie Lion punter. Raiders not getting the best break, so this is better, probably. Smith, Dixon, Wells, Chester, Biletnikoff. Let's just see. Raiders don't have to go for broke, really. Let's go Dixon outside run. Maybe I'll roll. Let's see. Dixon outside run. 33. Be outside, and they didn't key him. I'm keying if the blue die is even. I'm keying the player. Didn't key him, but it's Dixon outside. That big old 15. Now it's the arcade style game the other way. 15 B against him. To call the standard is that good old 13. That good old 13 to the 38. And we're matriculating now, boys. From the 25 to the 38. That's a good full play. And that is 11. That's 5.5 minutes again. All right. Yeah, 5.5 minutes to go. Well. That's good. Let's see. Do you want to stick with that run game? Or do you want to take the shot? Now you get a little more breathing room. And you may have the Lions' 41-point defense, that 28-point front seven on their heels. Let's see. Let's go short Chester against the standard. They didn't key him. It's a 21. 20. It'd be 28 standard. Nothing going to happen there. But nothing bad happens, so it's second. Half play. Nothing bad. Second and 10 at the 38. Let's have, let's have Smith outside run against the standard. They keyed him. It's a 15. So it's 5. It's outside. 5B standard. Get that out of the way there. 5B standard was 10 out of bounds. They keyed him down to 8. Okay, so again, that's why the key works. Also good. Keeps it in bounds. So, keyed him. Yeah, that's 8. And it's going to be 3rd and 2 at the 45. 46, rather. Sorry. It's tough to see. 3rd down. That's a full play. All right, they got to get to the 48. They're at the 46. It's 3rd and 2. Well, I think you got Dixon inside against a G. They did key him. It's 12, 34. BG inside. That's could be bad. 34 BG inside is a fumble D2. Uh-oh. Second turnover. No key, no nothing. That 12 is a 34. BG inside is a 1 fumble. Dixon. It's going to be a half play. It's a turnover. 1 yard fumble at the 47. And the D2 is, oh, baby. That's why I love it. Mr. Alex Karras, right? Mr. Alex Karras. And he's gonna, we also have to roll. Alex Karras, probably not gonna be much. It's a 15, is a 10. Couldn't be not too bad. That could be not too bad. Is 10, and it's in the A column. That's 6 yards. That's a respectable 6 from Mr. Karras, right? It's 10, 6, A. 6 yards. 6 yards from the 47 to the Raider 41. Nicely done. I'll just note some markers here. Alex Karras, very nice. Second big Raider turnover. Wow. And the Lions, I'll tell you what, doesn't matter if you have that 45-point offense, you can, there can be problems. So, moving right along, 9 plays to go, 4.5 minutes in the first quarter. Lions, 1st and 10 at the Raider 41. Let's go far. Outside against the standard. They key him. That's another. It's 21. Far outside. 21. 31. Outside standard. It's -5. Big Raiders stop there. 2nd and 15. Again, those kind of cartoonish losses. As a full play. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 15 for the Lions at the Raider 46. They're getting a little payback for that fumble that the Lions recovered. So, a little defensive tit for tat there. I think we're going to go with some sort of pass play. Let's see. And you want to wiggle. You want to shake the dice there. So, let's see. Let's go short to Walton. Is a 46. That's not going to be good. That's a 32. That's going to be in the C because he is a B. They're dropping him a C. 32 B standard. -6. Wow. And the Raiders, again, a huge hit and out of bounds. They chased Mr. Landry out of bounds to his own 48. 7.5 plays, Landry. So it's 3rd and 21. 3rd and 21. 22, 21 from the Lion 48. Wow. Okay. Okay, let's see. Well, what are you going to do there? Well, I guess you might as well go, I don't know. I think I'm going to go Alti Taylor inside against a D. They keyed him. They guessed it. It's kind of a draw. Taylor, 24. 31. Oh, man. BD, 31 BD. Thankfully, it's a 2-yard loss. Man, 3 consecutive losses for the Lions. Big Raider D there. Wow. And that's a 4th and 23. Gives Weaver a lot of room to kick. So it's 13 yards lost from the Raider 41, 10, 11, 12, 13 to their own 46. The Lions got nothing out of that fumble recovery. And Weaver kicking here. Wow. Raider, silver, and black pushed them back in a big, big way. All right, and another punt for Mr. Weaver here. All right. Key didn't even matter. That's when the bad rolls, boy. Weaver kicking now gets that nice 22. Is going to be a 6. Punting, well, he gets the greater distance possibility moving to this punt chart from the other one past the 50, from the 50 or beyond. So he's on his side of the 50. 22 is a 6. It's a good number in the B. 6B will be 45 yards to the D11, which will be Rod Sherman, the TB. And that's a 10, 20, 30, 45 to the D11, which is Rod Sherman, who gets a 66. Oh, now do we have a big return here? Going to be in the C. Actually rolled the 666. So, again, these are the days would probably be on his punt column. And I'm looking at these numbers, 7, 9. You know, I just wonder if there was ever an intention there. You get so many 11s. You see these generic P columns, but his column is different. I may make a decision here. That is, I don't think it's a 15. I really don't think it should be the 15. I think it should be maybe the 5. We'll see I'll take the lesser one here just to be kind of safe. It's a punt return in the C, column C. The 5 would be 23 yards. The 15 would be 31. I'm going to take the lesser one just to be, it should be technically in his, it should be in his P column actually. So he's got 15, 6, and 5. So what do you want to do? It's either, you know what I'll do? I'll roll for it. RPK, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the 1. So use the 15 on the R column. And that was 15 in the C. It was the C, and it's we'll just make it 31 yard return. It could have been 8. It could have been 23. I'll give him the 31. Likely as intended, although not as refined a system. And so 31 yards from the 13 will be to the 44. And 10, 20, 31. And the Raiders are in good shape there. All right. Okay, and that should be, well, let's see. Should actually be 3.5 minutes there. 6 plays. Let's see. All right. Well. The Raiders and the Lions. Very back and forth here. That big Raider defense put a nice stop on them. Actually, let's see what we got here. All right. Man, I tell you what. All right. 3.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Let's go Dixon inside standard. Is 64. Didn't key him. Dixon 64. 19B standard. That's nice and healthy. 4 yards. That's nice. 4 to the 48. 2nd and 6. All right. Let's see. Let's keep it up. Let's keep Smith outside against the standard. Is 42. They keyed him. 42 is 9. B standard. 6. Keyed to a 1. Ouch. Keyed him to a 1. 3rd and 5. Full play. And suddenly you've got what? 3rd and 5 at the Raider 49. Gee, let's see. Ah, boy. Well, let's go short to Chester against standard. Is 34 on LaMonica's P column, is 19 A standard. They didn't key him, but I don't know if that's going to get you much. 19 A standard. 4 yards, just a yard short. Wow. 19, that A index helps you. 4 yards, so it's a critical 4th and 1. 4th and 1 at the Lion, a 47. Well. 4th and 1, I think, at the 47, though, boy. Do the Raiders opt for the field position here, or do they go for it? Well, what would you like to see? Do we roll for what we do here? Boy, I don't know. 4th and 1 at the 47. Man, I tell you what, I don't know. I mean, you get a good kick out of it. Well, Monica's numbers, he's pretty good on the run. His R column isn't bad. What would you do, folks? What would you do? What are people screaming? I remember we did the global Skype tournament, and it wasn't streaming. I was kind of broadcasting it in text, and people were just 66. Long to long, I was playing the 07 Patriots. LP Moss. So, which I should have listened to because I lost that game with the 07 Patriots in the final, but that's got nothing to do with this. What do you do? Man, oh boy. Smith on an outside seems chancy. The Lions, well, we know the Raiders defense just stopped them big time. So, man, I know this is killing me. This is like, wow. This is why you need the timer, the leg timer, to get people. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So I'm gonna go for it. I think I'm gonna do Dixon inside against a G. They keyed him. It's 26. Is 25. BG minus a yard. They stopped him. Could have been worse. The Lions take over at their 48. Well. 1st and 10 at the 48 for the Lions. Now, will that Raider defense stiffen and do what they did on that last devastating drive? Let's see. Lions. As time is set to expire soon here. We got 3 plays left here, I think. Play and a half, minute and a half. Oh boy. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Well, I'd say you don't need to do anything terribly much, terribly outrageous. Let's go short to McCulloch against the standard. It's going to be in the C anyway, to see if that changes up. 52 is a 29. C standard. Oh, does he have too many sack numbers? 29 C standard. There's -4. Landry nailed for a 4-yard sack back to his 44. Full play. 2nd and 14. The Raiders, again, man, tell you what, some serious defense kicking in here. Wow. The Raiders, they've overcome those couple turnovers. They're holding strong here. So let's see. Holding steady. 2nd and 14. The Lions at their 44. Let's go Taylor. Let's see. Probably standard. No, let's go Taylor. Yeah, outside. Outside what? Outside should be a D line. Outside D. Taylor, 23 is a 22. They did key him. 22 outside. D. 2 yards. Keyed him to a 1-yard loss. He had a 2-yard. Keyed him to a 1-yard loss. And it is 3rd and 15. 1 tick to go. 3rd and 15. And, wow, let's see. Might as well go short to Sanders. Being a B against the D. Short Sanders. They didn't key it. 45. 10 B D is 4 yards at least. Well, that's something to Sanders. That's 4th and, well, at least it's 4th and 10, or 4th and 11, rather. And you'll punt it. That's the end of the quarter. 3-0. All right, it's reset. And we'll take stock here with the Lions about to punt. 4th and 11 at their 47. Wild first quarter. All right, start of the second quarter here. I think I've just invented maybe a new possible notation system for myself here in that little break, that little commercial break. Herman Weaver, another punt. Wow. Wild first quarter. Lions could easily put up some extra points, but that Raider defense, man, that's started getting some seriously tough rolls for those Lions. Bad news. So let's see. What are we going to do? We'll put our Nickelbacks, Rasmussen and Brown up there. And we got a 4th and 11 for the Lions at their 47. Weaver is going to be kicking it to Wyatt and Sherman. Weaver, 51, a nice 8 in the B column. Punting again from his side of the 50. So it's going to be 8 again. I think it's going to be at 40. Is it be at 45? No, it was in the B this time. B index. The middle column, 51 is 8. And the B is 43 to D10 Wyatt. 43 to D10 Wyatt from the 47. So that's easy. 3, 13, 23, 30, 43 to D10. And that is to Wyatt again. Now, if I looked at his numbers, it's on. That's clearly on his R column. He's OB and TA. So he's He's the right halfback on kickoff returns. He's the left safety, the D10 on punt returns, and he's got a 13. Oh, there's a 28 in the B. 28 in the B punt return. It's only -2. It could have been -4. So the Lions coverage team just smacked Wyatt in the face back to the 8-yard line. So a total 45-yard play. That's a half tick, so that is 15 seconds, right? That's a full play would be 30. A half play is 15 seconds. Wow. So amazing, amazing special teams coverage by the Lions to not only preserve that 43-yard kick, but to knock Alvin Wyatt back that extra couple of yards. Ouch. All right, the Lions have got their own, momentum here on coverage. All right, well, Raiders back again in very unfriendly position. 1st and 10 at their 8. Down 3-0. Let's see. Maybe we should get to, let's see if we shouldn't get some, let's we can get a little Banaszak in here in place of Smith. Charlie Smith is a 3-5-7 outside back. Banaszak is a full around back. Since their points match, not that the 45-point Raider offense can't stand to spare some points, let's get Banaszak in there. And let's get Banaszak inside against the standard. They didn't key him, and it's a 35. Oh, geez. It would have been 7, but it's, and 35 usually is a great number, but it's 25 B standard. Well, I said inside, so it's minus a yard. Man. All right, that's a full play. 2nd and 11. Banaszak. Man, I tell you, sometimes, you know, the different seasons of cards move the numbers around. You know, with the way APBA is done, you've got 36 outcomes on the card. That means each one is about 2.78%. It's not the case of a normal, you know, the probabilities with a normal 2 to 12 roll. So, you know, these numbers are moved around year to year, and you can kind of think, oh, that's going to be a great number, you know, and it would have been, had it been Dixon's card, he would have had an 18 on 35. Smith had a 7, but Banaszak, so the substitution didn't work out. It's 2nd and 11 for the Raiders from their 7. Unbelievable. All right. Let's go short to Biletnikoff against the standard. 42. LaMonica's P column is an 11. It's going to be A standard. Short A standard. They keyed him, though. Short A standard. Short pass A is a standard. Again, when I say it was 10, it was 11. 11A standard was a 1st down and 2. They key him down to 7. Again, that A index in these old boards really is your friend, even more so in the new. So that's 7 of Biletnikoff, okay, from the 7 to the 14. That's going to be 3rd down. It's a full play. 3rd down. Ooh, Banaszak. Got to get out of there. Oh, man. And it is 3rd and, let's see, it was -2. No, it was a -1. So it's 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 at the 14. And you got to get to the 18. 3rd and 4. Let's see. Well, you know what? Let's go back to back. Let's go short to Biletnikoff again against the standard. They keyed it. 22, though. 7A standard. Short. 7A standard is first down plus 6. That'd be 10 yards, but they're going to key him down to 2 lines. 1st down and 4. It's still a good 8 yards. Fred Biletnikoff, baby. You cannot beat him. So that's 8 to Biletnikoff from the 14. 6, 7, 8. 1st and 10 for the Raiders at the 22. Nicely done. 1st 10 for the Raiders at the 22. From the 14. So breathing room. That passing game. LaMonica using, again, you're not supposed to go back to the same pass receiver ball carrier, but in any case, now just make sure, I think I bumped my champagne bottle there. So let's see. It's just, if it's 26. All right, okay. All right, so Yep. Crazy. All right. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. They're 22. Well, let's see. Let's go. Let's go short the Wells against the Standard. Just going to put it up again. Uh-oh. Man, oh, man. Can you see that? 11-11, and they didn't key him. This is where the 1 and the A. I think you know what's coming up here. It's not Route 66. It's Route 11, though. 11A, short against the Standard. What? Oh, short? No. Short A Standard is only 20 yards. No, 67, a Standard. Not quite the touchdown. Long pass is a touchdown for sure. But 67 yards to Warren Wells. Well, it's not a touchdown in this case. There you go. But they didn't key him. Had they keyed him, would have dropped the 36. That's 67 big old yards to Mr. Warren Wells. 3rd pass in a row, 67. So let's go 7, 17, 27, 37, 47, 57, 67 to the Lion 11. Mr. Madden is oh so happy there. I'm just going to make that, I'm going to put that at 26 here, okay? 67 to Wells. Wow. All right. You got that sense, should you do it? Should you go and put the ball up a 3rd time? In that case, that's the number we've been waiting for. So now you got, I think I'm just going to take Dixon inside against the Standard. The field position changes, so it's 14 Dixon, 22. They didn't key him. It's you change your you go from this field position to this field position. 22B Standard is a yard. Okay. Not bad. 2nd and 9 at the 10. Second and 9 at the 10. Man, now do you want to gamble one more time? There's the Mad Bomber going to go, Let's go short Biletnikoff again against the Standard. Now we're just going to push it. 31. They keyed him, but it's a 31 10A Standard. Different field position. 10A Standard is 9 out of bounds. They key him down to 8. That's worth it. It's going to be 3rd and 1 inbounds. 3rd and 1 at the Lion 2. All right. Third and 1 at the Lion 2. Well. That 67-yarder to Wells. 3rd and 1 at the 2. Now, would you go for it if you don't get it here? So, let's go Charlie Smith outside against the G is 63. 63 is 21. All right. Now you've moved from this chart to this chart. Field position between the opponent's goal line and 9. So that's 21B. And a G is no gain. You wouldn't drop it. I don't drop it if there's no gain because it says, and there's a gain on the play, so there is no gain. And it's 4th and 1 at the 2. What do you do? 0. 4th and 1 at the 2. Oh, boy. What are you going to do? If you go for it, well, it's 1 yard, so, man. Oh, boy. I think you got to go for it. I think you're down 3-0. You know you can move the ball. You've got the weapons. It's just a matter of time of uncorking it. You just got to stop those turnovers. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it Dixon on an inside run against a G line. But if I roll a 6, LaMonica will go inside. So it's Dixon inside. G-line, 4th and 1 for the Raiders at the 2. It's going to be Dixon inside against the G, unless I roll the 6 on the blue die, and LaMonica will take it. It's a 5, so it's Dixon 14, 22. Now, do they key him? They do. So it's 22, BG. Uh-oh. 22 B and a G is no gain anyway. The Lions have held. Wow. I count as a full play even though it's a change of possession. 0. But the Lions are at their 2-yard line. So, well, now, can the Raiders put this, can they maybe put a safety into this situation here? 1st and 10. That's the Lions defense there. Well, man, interesting gamble, but why not? Mr. Madden's silver and black pride and poise defense has the silver and blue down at their 2. What you gonna do? I think you're gonna send Melvin Farr inside, and I think I'll call it standard. I'd want to call it G, but I'll call it standard. It's 31. They did key him. I said Farr inside. 31 is an 18. All right. 18 B standard is an 8. They keyed him down to 5, but a little more breathing room. 2nd and 5 at the 7. All right. 2nd and 5 at the 7. Just a couple of breadcrumbs there. 2nd and 5 at the 7. Wow. That's actually, move that as 1st and 10 at the 2. 2nd and 5 at the 7. All right. I'm putting the ball up here. I think we're going to go Taylor inside against the standard. It's 32, Taylor. Oh, 35. They didn't key him. 35 B standard inside. This could be not good. 35 B standard. Oh, well. Yeah. There it is. Touchdown. Taylor all the way in. Taylor touchdown, but it's a TZ. And you got to roll for the penalty. All right. That's going to be a half play. Regardless. Alty Taylor, 93 yards downfield on what looked like and should have been a busted play. Shoots up the gut. But it's a TZ, so we have to roll and read the APBA dice. TZ is 15 on the penalty table. Oh, I'm sorry. No, in this case, these are the older ones. Excuse me, these are the older ones, so 6. Z is a 13. Clipping on the offense, 15 yards by this chart. So, a 93-yard touchdown negated. Penalty is a Z. Again, it was a 35 B standard inside TD, but TZ is the penalty. You rolled a 6. Look at the Z is a 13. Look at the chart. Offensive clipping. Gotta call that out. Clipping, called back. That's going to be half to the goal. I always give, you can't do the half yard. So from the 7, it's going to be a, that was a second. It's going to be a 2nd and, let's see, what was it? They're at the 7, so call it 3 yards. Oh, 2nd and, it was 2nd and 5, 2nd and 8. At the 4. Oh, horrible break for the silver and blue. It's going to be 2nd and 8 at the 4. Alty Taylor. I got to sub him out just because of that long run. That huge. He needs a breather. Who you want to put in? I'll put in Nick Eddy. That huge touchdown run. Give him a breather there. So, wow. Replay the down. 20 and a half plays. Ah, man, that's 10 minutes, 15 seconds left in the second quarter. Ah, crushing, but you gotta shake it off. All right. Gotta shake that off. And don't panic. 7, 2nd, and 8 at the 4. What do you do? Go short Sanders. Short Sanders against the standard. 51 is Landry. It's 9. B standard. 9B standard. 9B standard is first, and they didn't key him. They didn't key him, so there you go. There it is. 51 on Landry's card. P column is a 9. Sanders an A, lowered to B by the 16. Is first down and 2 out of bounds. That's going to be a nice 10-yard gain out of bounds. Charlie Sanders. All right, well, at least it keeps him moving. That's a half play. First down, 10 OB. First and 10 at the 14. Amazing. Well, it's not a touchdown, but you don't have to punt from a distance. So could be, well, touchdown to be nice. I'm going to keep, I'll take Eddie back out. Alty Taylor's got his breather there. All right. Back to, let's see. Well, let's make sure I'm not losing track of anything. Wow. I don't think you want to do what the LaMonica did and go pass, pass, pass. Let's go far inside against the standard. Far 21. They key him. 21 is 31 inside. 31B standard. Man, is -2. Far caught behind the line. -2 to the 12. Full play. Second and 12 at the 12. I tell you what, the Lions are really suffering some big setbacks. The Raider defense is just on point for the most part here. So it's first and 10 at the 14, 2nd and 12 from the 12. Well, I guess you go short to Walton against the standard. It's going to be a 34. Didn't key him, but it's not going to look good. 34 is a 28, and that B is going to drop to C. 28B standard. 28B standard is, it's incomplete. Shoo! Man, that's lucky. That could have easily been, no, it was a C. It's still, yep, incomplete. Lucky. Half play, 3rd and 12. Well, don't really go 3 wide receivers these days. You want to just get some room for Weaver to punt. I might go Alty Taylor outside against the D. And it's a 32 is 25. They didn't key it. Excuse me, it's a 35. Well, now he had that touchdown call back. 25 outside D. 35 outside D, rather. 32 is 35 outside D. -5 and an injury. No, -4 and an injury. -4 and an injury. Taylor loses 4. They sniffed out the play action, or the draw, I guess. 4th and, let's move that half to 9 minutes or 18 plays remaining. That's 4th and 16 at the 8. And the J you have to roll for. Whew. All right. Well, let's see. What do we have here? We have wrong side. Where is the, all right. So the even is defense, odd offense. It's offense. We're going to roll the 2 dice now for the position. So who, not only is Taylor nailed, again that 32, he's nailed 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but the injury is to, in this case you read it as regular dice, is a 5. Wait, yeah, where is it? Yeah. Yeah, the add the don't combine. Right. In any case, it's a 5 is your left guard. All right. Your left guard, and now you have to roll for it because you don't have the injury code. So your left guard is Chuck Walton. And he's out. That 9 translates into the remaining of the quarter plus a quarter. Oh, someone modified these boards. Remainder game and 2 more. That's what I used to do. Remainder of a game and 2 more. And in any case, Charlie Walton is out for, he's out till going to be the 4th quarter. Walt the 4Q. So fortunately, we have 3-point equal substitutions here. We have, where are they? And the, well, we sort this injury. We've got Kowalkowski will take over for Walton at left guard. Should we do that, or is William Cottrell? Why not? We'll do William Cottrell as the guy. We'll have Walton injured. 3-point swap, 3-point swap. More importantly, the Lions and Weaver have to punt from their 8-yard line. So ultimately, that 4th and 1 gamble, even though they missed it, the Raiders are in good shape here. 1 more punt for the Lions again. That 3 points is tenuous. They're just letting the Raiders hang around. So 4th and 16 from the 8 with those losses of 2 and 6. 4th and 16 from the 8. The Lions lost that touchdown. Weaver, it's a 31. It's another, it's a good. And the B call 31 is 8. The punt from behind, it's that behind his own 19, so it's going to give you a little more juice. 8, and we'd call it the B. Is 49 to D11. Rod Sherman, again, we'll do it in his R column, although I really want to check out his stats because that will, you check a guy's stats compared to his numbers, and you can, see what columns are really correct, and you can tweak a bit if you need to. That's 49 D11. All right. It's going to be a half play anyway. I'm just noting it. Half play there. 49 D11 from the 8. So 2, 12, 22, 32, 42, 47, 48, 49. Right. 49 D11 to Mr. Sherman is 26. 26 is 22. That's fair. That should be 26 is 22. And that is in the A column. We'll do 22A, 7 yards. That's manageable. Just looking at it, I would add a 30 or 24. So 22, 7 yards is, seems plausible, more along the lines of typicality, let's say. 7 yards takes it to midfield. 1st and 10 at midfield. All right. And, yeah. All right. 1st and 10 for the Raiders at midfield. Well, what are we going to do here? LaMonica, success with that passing game. How do we want to do it? How do we want to? Do we want to change anyone out just to shake up? Yeah, you got Marv Hubbard in there. Let's put a little Marv Hubbard in there maybe for Charlie Smith. He's a 3-point fullback / halfback, so Smith being the halfback, neither has breakaway numbers. So let's just let's just play with that. Someone's got that full on. It's interesting. The Raiders always seem to have one or the other back, at least in the vintage sets. One's either 4, 6, 8, 10 guy, Banaszak or Van Egan, and then you go Whittington or Davis or somebody who's like a 3, 5, 7, 9. It's always like that strict dichotomy. Often is that strict dichotomy with the Raiders, 1st and 10 at the 50. Oh, LaMonica. Let's go. I really want to just. Let's go. Dixon outside standard is 22. They keyed it. 22 is 16. B standard. 16B standard is 12. They're going to key him down to 8 out of bounds. Nice run. Half play. 2nd and 2. At the 42 of the Lions. Can they sustain something? Marv Hubbard in there as fullback. Dixon, halfback. Dixon going to play fullback. Let's do Hubbard inside against the standard. Is 31. They didn't key him. Hubbard 31, 18. Even his 35 is better than Banaszak's. Poor Banaszak. That 25 was so strange. In any case, Hubbard's going inside. That's 18B standard. Is 8. Very nice. Another serious gain to the Lion 34. That's a full play. 1st and 10 at the Lion 34. Reverting to my ways here. 16 plays, 8 minutes to go before the half. I think I lost a half play somewhere there. I'm going to keep Hubbard in here, liking the feel. Short to Dixon against the standard is 31. Getting a lot of 31s. They key it. LaMonica, 10. It's a B. 10B standard. 10B standard keys from 5. Drops to 5 anyway. 5 to Dixon. Very nice. 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5 of the 29. That's a full play to 7.5 minutes. All right. Raiders, no rush. No need to rush here. Don't need to give the Lions any time left, although you're not really going to wear it down. 7.5 minutes from the opponent's 34, but we'll see what we can do. Hubbard inside against the standard on 2nd and 5. They key it. It's 56. Is 21. I said inside B standard. 21 B standard 1 keyed to 0. It's a full play. It's 3rd and 5 at the 29. There's 7 minutes to go in the half. Well, let's take Hubbard out. Let's keep Hubbard in. Let's go 3rd and 5 at the Lion 34. Gonna go Biletnikoff. Don't go D. Biletnikoff, short D. They key it, even 43. LaMonica is 18. It's going to be 18 AD. Just outside the opponent's 31. No, they're within the opponent. Whoops, sorry. 29. Yeah, the 29. So they're within. They do change that field position slightly. So it's going to be 18A. It was against the D, is incomplete. Right, that 5 yards. So that's that critical difference. Outside that 31 gives you much more field position, either in this game or the master game. Once you get inside that 30, it tightens the results a bit. So it's incomplete. It's 4th and 5. Well. All right, so I don't know. That's 29-yard field goal. I think Blanda's got that in him. Old man Blanda. I think we got to go for that. So, let's do it. George Blanda. Big Blanda. Let's put Hubbard back. Put him back with the OC there. He's, let's see. All right. That is George Blanda, field goal. Remember, we're kicking. You read it from the line of scrimmage. You would add you add the 7-yard for the spot. So it's 29-yard field goal plus you'll add you read it. You read the results strictly from the line of scrimmage. You, for statistical purposes, add the 7 yards for the spot of the kick. Missed kick, it will come back out to the line of scrimmage here in this day and age. If it were within 20, it'd come back to 20. But 29-yarder, and I think Blanda, I mean, look at the ones on his K column here. It's just insane. So, even if I shot had to do it, he is KB. But no, we're doing 29 yards. And the maximum here in this game is 49 yards. Of course, Dempsey, at this point, had he kicked that massive, the 63-yarder against the Lions yet? I forget what day that was, but do check out our Justin Tucker video on the longest field goals, both against the Lions. In any case, George Blanda kicking from the 29. Is 41. Don't know about this. It's going to be in the A column, though. So 41 on his K column is a 23. I don't think he gets this. 29-yard line. That's at the outer edge of this chart. 23. No. There's no chance. The maximum you could have gotten is 28 good. So no good. Wow. That's a heck of a roll. That should have been, boy. That should have been, but it's a miss. And the Lions take over 1st and 10 at their 29. Half play. Unbelievable. 6.5 minutes to go. All right. The Raiders can't capitalize there. And what do we have? Those Lions in there. Let's see what happens before the half. All right. Lions up 3-0. Raider defense raging. Put all these here. Don't really use those. Play cards. All right. I think you just want to kind of play this safe a bit. See what you can eke out. You got 13 plays at 6.5 minutes here at your 29. Ulti Taylor inside against the standard. They key it at 64. It's a 31. Inside B standard. It wasn't outside. 31 B standard is -2. Those Raiders, I tell you. -2. 2nd and 12 to 27. Full. 2 at the 27. I tell you, man, those numbers, those are rough numbers, boy, once you get in that rut. But it's a good, tight game. Good, tight game so far. That Taylor touchdown, notwithstanding that one call back on that clipping. In real life, this game was a lot more wide open. You can have looked up that score. But 12 plays, 6 minutes to go. All right, let's see. 2nd and 12. Oh, boy. Well, it goes short to Sanders. Short to Sanders against a standard. 62, they key it. It's an 8. A drops to B. 8B standard. Maybe all right. 8B standard. Since they keyed it, it went from 1st down and 3 down to 5 yards. And that's why the key is important. Full play. 3rd down. 3rd and 7 at the 32. 3rd and 7 at the 32. Well. 3rd and 7 at the 32. Got to get to the 39. What you want to do? Ray? What you think, Raiders? What do you think you're going to face here? I think short to far against a D. 24 on Landry's card is a 13. They key it. It's 13C. It's -1. They'll key it to incomplete. I mean, you could take the -1. but there is no gain on the play, so it's -1. Complete in the backfield, -1. Wow. And that's 4th down. 4th and 8 at the 31. Punting. Weaver getting a workout here. They should call him Von Foot. My goodness, Weaver. Again, another punt. Who's keeping track of the punts here? Man, oh man. I tell you. Raiders get at least one more shot here before the half. Maybe the Lions do too, but how? What kind of ball control? With 5 minutes left. Weaver punting is a 33 in the A column here. It's going to be 33 as a 6. This is max, so it's all right. From his 31, 6A, it's 47 D11. It's going to be a half play. I'd mark that. 47 D11 from the 31. All right. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 4, 7. What do we say? 2. Whoops. We said 47 to D11. Rod Sherman again. All right. Rolls of 14 is 22. Again, it should be pretty moderate. 22. And it'll be in the A column. 7 yards again. Pretty much the same deja return there. 7 yards for Rod Sherman again to the 29 of the Raiders. We marked the half tick. All right, 1st and 10. 1st and 10 at their 29. 9.5 plays. 18. 4:45, that's right. 4:45 before the half. So, 3-0 Lions. Lions have a touchdown called back. Raiders miss a field goal. Raiders fail to convert on a 4th and 1 in Lion territory. Some missed opportunities, some points left on the table here. Let's get to... what are we going to do? Let's see. 1st and 10 at the 4:29 for the Raiders. Let's see. I think we're going to do a short to Chester against the standard. Didn't key it, and it's a big 55. It's going to be 8A standard to Chester. 1st and 5 out of bounds. Nice. 15 out of bounds. To the 44. Nice half play there. 10-15 to the 44. Nice shot to the rookie tight end there. Boy's got a great future here, doesn't he? My goodness. All 6'3" and 220. Born in 1948. Does not have the month and day. He's also listed as a 3-point linebacker. And again, I think in these days they were, giving you a little more help trying to set up special teams rosters. So, wow. All right, let's go Charlie Smith outside against the standard. 13 is 26. B standard, they didn't key him. 26B standard. -3 for Smith. Lions halt that a bit. Full play, 2nd and 13. 2nd and 13 at the 41. I do find myself, I just like to write it down just in case. Let's see. Short to Wells against a D is 23. They key it 23. 18 AD. Going to be nothing. And that is exactly it. 0. They caught him right at the geez. It's a gain. They kept him in bounds. 3rd down. Sideline is the word. 3rd and 13 at the 41. Fortunes do change. That big gain. The Lions tighten up the coverage there. 3rd and 13 at the 41. Wow. We're going to go Biletnikoff. Biletnikoff short D is 24. Not liking that either. That's a 30 AD. Short pass. 30 AD. Whew. Incomplete. Lucky, because that would have been a 3 or 4 yard sack. That's incomplete. For the 13 at the 41. Let's mark that. And the Raiders have to give it up on a punt. So, Eyeshide comes back. Lion offense getting ready to go here. Let's see. And our returners are Eddie and I believe it was, yep, Lem Barney. The great Lem Barney poised with Nick Eddy to receive. Eyeshide punt from the 41. There's a 13 called the A. It's 26. That's going to be a weak kick. Or interesting kick. It's going to be a little short. Behind his 50. It's 26 in the A column. It's 31D11. It could have been worse. 31D11. Not the best, not the worst. Just mark that half play. There. That's 31 from the 41. 10, 20, 31 to the D11 Eddie. Okay. Reading it on his R column. Is a 52. Is 25 in the A. Punt return. 25A would be 3 yards for Eddie to the 31. 3 to 31. Three minutes to go in the half. Not quite at the 2-minute warning. And, well, I don't think the Lions are going to take too much of a chance. 1st and 10 at their 31. That we'll have Willie Brown. We'll think about him coming in as the nickel. I mean, they really don't need it. They'd go from a 38-point defense to a 39 when he subs one of the 3-point linebackers. I think we subbed out. We have Lasky, Otto, and Connors are all 3-point linebackers. Willie Brown somehow got the 4, even though played only 8 games, started 7, 3 interceptions with those really abysmal and no return numbers at all. He had no yardage. So, what are the? Let's just take another look at the Lions personnel here. Do we want to try to shake anything up at 3 minutes? Yeah, never mind. No, we're not going to do that. Remember, Lions deferred. They won the toss, deferred, so they're going to get the kickoff to start the second half. Let's go far outside, far out. We'll go far out against the standard. Is 23, 22 B standard. 22 B standard was a 1, and they did key him from a 1 to a -2, a 2-yard loss to the 29, full play, 2nd and 12. I think you're just going to try to get out of the half here without too much more damage. You're nursing a 3-0 lead. Why put the ball up? 2nd and 12 at your 29. Let's do a far outside again. 65 is 20. And they didn't key him. So you got 5 yards out of that. All right. Full play. We're at the 2-minute warning. And it's 3rd and 7 at the 34. All right. 3rd and 7 at 34. You got to get to the 41. Raiders could get an opportunity here. Let's just check and see in terms of the receiver core. Anyone we'd want to throw to. I mean, I think you've got your best on the field there, so I can see why. Oh, man. Well, it's 3rd and 7 at your 34 for the Lions. I think it's just going to go short to Sanders against the D. It's a 22. They didn't key it. 22 is 6A standard. First down and 5. First down and 5. So that's 12. And it's inbound, so the Lions will call a timeout. All right? 22-6. So that's 6, 7. All right, first down 12. It was at the 34. 6, 7. Yeah, and the 12. Yeah, it's 12 yards of the 46. Half tick. First down. They call one of their timeouts. That would be the, put it over here. Okay. 3.5 plays left. 1st and 10 at their 46. 1st and 10 at the 46 for the Lions. Well, if nothing else, you're keeping the ball out of the Raiders' hands for the remainder of the half. You can take that 3-0 lead into the half. Then again, let's go along with Sanders against the standard. Is a 14. Oh, it's going to be 26B. Yeah, nothing happened there. 26B standard, incomplete. Now you take the shot. Don't need the timeout. That's a half play. 2nd down. Let's go short to Walton against the D. Is 35, 11, CD. 11 CD goes, they keyed him for a 2 to a -1. Again, nailed him right at that line of scrimmage. They're not going to, maybe the Raiders will call a timeout now. It's 3rd down. Raiders call a timeout. It's 2.5 plays. That's a 3rd and 11 at the 45. Well, 3rd and 11 now at the 45. Changed the complexion a bit. The Raiders also have called. I'll just mark that there. I should get one of Paul Barone's extra footballs in there. Let's see. What are we going to do? Well, 3rd and 11 from your 45 with a 1:15 to go. I think you're going to go Alty Taylor inside against a D. Is 56. Jeez. 21. They didn't key it. Inside against the D is 4 yards. Alty Taylor 4 yards. 4th down. Raiders call another timeout. Raiders call the timeout. Why not? They got 1 to go. Half play that. I got 1 timeout to go. It is punt time. All right, that's 4 yards, was it? No. Yeah, it's 21. Yeah, it's 4 yards. All right. 4th and 7. All right. $49. All right, 4th and 7 at the 49. 4th and 11. 4th and 7 at the 49. A minute to go. Raiders still have a timeout. You want to just go for it, or you want to punt it? We'll punt it. We'll punt it. I don't know if the Raiders really need to call that timeout, but why not? Get a nice block. Maybe you bring it down. You know, bad things can happen. So, Rookie Weaver again, 65. Where'd the blue die go? 65 is a 12. It's not a great kick. On his side of midfield, though. So it's going to be 12 in the A column. It's 41, D10. It's respectable. All right. 41, D10. All right. So, 1, 2, 3, 41 to D10. And this time it's Mr. Alvin Wyatt doing the honors. From his 10-yard line is 33. Is a 5. That's a big number. 5, it'll be in a B column there. Return 5 in the B. It'd be a nice 30-yard return from Mr. Wyatt to the 40. That's a half play. So that's 1.5. First and 10 for the Raiders at their 40. Well, play and a half. So that's a play and a half. That's 45 seconds left in the half. They've got a timeout. You know, Phil Malloy has that 2-minute drill end of game. And Stratomatic, Paul Barone's field, you can see has a lot of little integral intervals of time here. There's a word. Any word would be fine. So the Raiders, first and 10 at their 40. They're down 3-0. Good punt return, net play, 41-yard punt, 30-yard return, net play of 11. The Raiders. You got all the pass play in the world. I think you should just go for it. I mean, you're going to risk an interception, but what the heck? Let's go and see what you got. Long to Wells against the D. Oh, well, let's put Rasmussen in. And we'll lower. We got our nickel back on our Titan here. Hold it. So, that's a 3-point. We're subbing him we're subbing him for one of the 4-point linebackers. I guess we'll sub out. Who's got the better return numbers? Wayne Walker's got better return numbers. So Butch Naumoff does not. I'm going to sub him out for your nickel back in there. And I'll put Naumoff back there. So get the nickel back there, subbing for Naumoff. And what we're going to do is we're going to do get the nickel. So that means you now got a 4, an 11. So you've got a 14-point secondary. Let's just double check there. With a Lem Barney is 4, LeBeau 3 is 7, 10, 13, 16 rather, sorry. That's it. That's what you wanted. That's the whole point of doing the nickel, at least to get to the points. In the old games version, 4, 7, 10, 13, 16. That's the way I'm playing it. You can just, you can finagle the rules a little bit, and really you're just kind of you're being informed by the rules and little things that the company might do. First and 10 for the 40. First and 10 at the 40 for the Raiders. They've got a timeout left. The Lions have 2 timeouts left. 45 seconds. That's a play and a half. That's 3 plays if you get 1 in bounds, a timeout. So I think you just got to take the shot. It's going to go along to Wells in the D. It's 31, 10, 10A D. But they keyed it. No, did they key him? They didn't key him. But is it in the A? Well, you get the nickel back in, so that A is going to drop to a B. It's 31 is a 10. B, they didn't key him. 31 is a 10 BD. 37 yards to Warren Wells. I love the old long pass boards. That's why, right there. A 10? A 10? 37. I like it. 10, 20, 37 to Wells. First and 10 at the 23, and they're going to take that last time out. First and 10 at the Lion 23. It's a one play. It's 30 seconds to go. There's one play to go. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? Let's see. One play to go. You can take a shot. If you take the shot, now, you can call it out of bounds under a certain yardage. If you take the short pass, it's either a 23-yard field goal. I think you got to go for the field goal. And from the 23, it's a 15 in the A. And I think I like this. 23-yard field goal, 15 for Blanda is 20. And it's good all around. And we have a tie game. Happy Thanksgiving. He's going to kick it off. Good. 3-3. And he's going to kick it off from his 40. It's going to be kind of no point in it, but... He's going to kick off. And it's probably a 60. It's a 64. It's 21. Is 62.09. They'll take the touchback, and we're out of the half. 3-3. Well, now. I like it. How you like them turkeys? All right. The Lions deferred the kickoff. They're going to take the kickoff, start the second half. Tie game. Love it. Mr. Madden, very happy. Silver and blue. Had some opportunities. Raiders, lucky to be tied after a couple of big turnovers, that fumble and that interception. Stay tuned. Welcome to the second half of our 1970 Thanksgiving Day game between the Oakland Raiders visiting the Detroit Lions. Knotted at 3. The largest breakaway by Alty Taylor, a 93-yard scamper for the Lions, was called back on an offensive clipping play. So it's been a battle of booters. The kickers are the only ones to score in this game. The Raiders staying toe-to-toe with Detroit despite an interception and a fumble lost. And the Raiders, silver and black, the pride and poise, Ben Davidson and company, that strong 16-point secondary with Willie Brown here on the bench as a 4 as well, have contained the Lions handily. So, curiously, we went back to the actual game, and Mel Farr of the Lions on PFR, it's interesting, is credited with, 20 carries for 104 yards and a touchdown, but the actual newspaper account, The Freep, had Farr down for 21 carries for 121 yards and a touchdown, and he did catch a 58-yard pass in that game. Speaking of the Freep, we had to get out of that press box with all those hard press people, and so we have migrated to the owner's lounge to finish the second half of this important game. Important to two playoff-bound teams for sure. We have our blue dye for some modifications. We have our red. That's a 26 in APBA ball, right? That's our red white dye. Those are courtesy of Michigan and Trumbull. We have our media guide, the 70s Raiders media guide, if we need any details on the Raiders. We also noted that in real life, who needs that, Greg Landry carried the ball 7 times for 77 yards, longer 23, and as we've noted on our personnel rundown, he's got those mighty ones at 11 and 66, so he can fling it at you, and he can also take off. So we have, maybe we'll do a little more inside or outside running with Landry. We'll use that blue dye to have him take off a little bit more. And
just for good measure, since Russell Wren was asking for a quarterback sneak chart, we might have some quarterback sneaks. So we printed out Mark Zarb's quarterback sneak chart and Phil Malloy's quarterback sneak chart. If it ever comes to an ice bowl situation, we've definitely got plans for these. In fact, we'll do a little comparison. We'll compare the ice bowl down the road here, since that was our first game ever on the APBA Football Club, although these many years ago. We'll see if we have Greg Landry ending up in a situation like that. Now, if you remember, uh, the Lions won the toss. They deferred to the Raiders, so they will get the ball to start the second half here. We're using the old 70 big white boards, which apparently, according to the company, is you can't even produce these anymore. It's chemically frowned upon, something to that regard. So, this is the grand old days of serious print. I don't know anything about the chemical composition of the inks or anything like that. I'd be curious, being that I am one of those ink-stained wretches that we just escaped from that horrible press box. So, to recap here, we're just going to recount our points. So let's get our we get our Raiders special teams here. George Blanda will kick off. He ended the half had a full play left, and they kicked off as a touchback to end the first half. Blanda kicked that 23-yarder as time almost expired in the first half. So let's just get him ready here, and the Raider defense sprinting onto the field here. They have 38 points, 3, 6, 10, 13. Those 3-point linebackers, 16, 19, and 22, bolstered, backed up by that 16-point secondary. So a 38-point Raider defense, not possibly good enough to get into the Super Bowl and win it. And then we've got the 39-point Lions offense. 7, 10, 13, Charlie Sanders, 18, 21, Earl the Pearl McCulloch, and then 3, 6, good old 5-point Bull Flanagan at center there, 6'3", 250. So we got 39 points, and Rocket Freitas at right tackle there, 4-pointers. 7, 10, 13, 18, 21, 24, counting each player's points, 24, 27, 32, 35, and 39. 39 offense, 38 defense, and we're just a little tighter in our layout here, so don't want those players to get into a brawl here. I'll just put these guys up there, and there's the defense, and there's your put our bench folk under here. Remember, for the Lions, left guard Chuck Walton is out till the fourth quarter. We'll see if we even need to bring him back here. And let's get it going here. We got the Raider bench, Banaszak, with that unfortunate 25 at 35. That was a key bit of a shock. And we have, we got our red, we got our blue, and we've got some other dice here. We've got a gold pipped. Maybe that would be another. You never know what we'll pull out here in terms of on-the-fly modifications. Charts are great. I love to just kind of make it up, and you kind of remember things as you go along. Let's see who will be receiving this kickoff. It's going to be Nick Eddy. Some good 357 numbers there, and we'll put Steve Owens. Now, see this, and again, this is the case where the old days you didn't have he should have his K column utilized for that, but I'm a little hesitant to use him because those 15s, 16s, 17s are fairly strong, but we have Bobby Williams, although it's the same situation. So Williams and Eddy. Put our special teamer there. Here's our down marker there. We'll have our little Paul Barone field here. We're technically at Tiger Stadium, so got our defense there. We got our, let's get this baby going. All right, I'm going to do more writing for sure. No doubt about that. It's just, it's a compulsion, but I also do like to have all those results handy when I am, also don't like an envelope pressed in like that. So, oh my goodness. Let's get to it. George Blanda. Remember, unfortunately, we have to roll for the, that's a 54. I should use the thing here. I should use the Tiger Stadium, our Michigan and Trumbull Stadium here. We're calling it Tiger Stadium. We'll use that for rolling the dice. Maybe I'll just do it right here. We'll see. I don't know. Anyway, in any case, the kickoff, 54 on George Blanda's K column, is going to be a 26. And remember, you're supposed to have in the 1970 version here A, B, or C index figured for your special teams. We don't do that. We're just rolling for the 1, 2 is A, 3, 4 B, 5, 6 is C. So 54 is a 26. Back here, well, 26 we don't need to do it actually. That's a 62-0-10. So there you go. And remember, we're kicking from the 40-yard line. I'm going to take that as a touchback. Whoa. Which is just how the first half ended. So there you go. And that's a half tick there. All right. It's going to get here. 3 quarter 30. Oakland, Detroit. I'm going to try a slightly different method here. And kickoff. Whoops. Yeah. Oakland kickoff. 62-0-10 TB. Now you can do this on the very tiny APBA Football score sheets if you are in possession of anything approaching legible handwriting. So the Lions are going to take it out first here, the 20, first and 10 at the 20. Will Mel Farr end up with a big second half here? Will Landry take the ball a little more often? What will we see here? Have they made any halftime adjustments? All right, and there's your O-line, and there's your defense. Well, let's see. Let's keep the O-line under there. Again, for those who might say that the points of the linemen don't matter, that's not really true. I mean, they matter to the entire team's makeup, the point total that you compare the defense to. So, of course, they matter. And frankly, there's so many mods out there for making them matter, but frankly, remember that APBA football is almost like it's like watching a game. You see running, passing, kicking, interceptions, fumbles. You catch all the major statistical action here. So what am I going to do? Well, 3-3. There's no point to really take a big chance here. I'd say let's go far on an inside run. Did I move my play cards? I might want to do these just to have them out here. I'll just go, I'm going to take Melfar inside, I think, against the standard line. Of course, it bounces out of the, it's a 45, and I'm rolling the blue die to see if they key him. I was not even going to get into that right now. They did not, so it's a 45. Melfar is a 20. B index. They have a 1-point advantage over the defense. 39 Lions, 38 Raider defense. It's in the B index. It's a 20B standard. It's a good, healthy 5 yards and inbounds. Like to move this game along. Second down. All right. Far 5. Inside run. Now, what are we going to do? It's nice. Do I run them back to back just to annoy the APBA gods? Maybe. I don't know. Let's do Alti Taylor shaking them both up. It's like a cocktail, Again, no wiggling. See, they're not moving in there. And by the way, if you put a third die in there, now... Let's check this out. Okay, so the arch. That's why you should have purely transparent. All right, I'll go in there. Since they seem to be moving around a bit, I'll let the keys go. We're going to do Taylor outside standard line again. Ooh, it's a 12 and a 3. They didn't key him. 12 might be a good no. It's that 33 again. Outside in the 33 outside standard. Uh-oh. Big break here. -4 fumble D3. -4 fumble D3. That's a big one. That's D3 as your middle linebacker there. And that's going to be Mr. Dan Connors. Dan Connors falls on it. They're trying to be conservative. Taylor -4 fumble. And Connors, that's going to be a half play anyway, so let's get that down there. -4 fumble. We're going to roll. My goodness, we're going to roll for the... That's a 15 in the B column on the fumble recovery. 15, well, is going to be on his, and his card is a 10. 15 is 10 in the B and a fumble recovery. 5 yards and out of bounds, which doesn't matter anyway because a change of possession is a half play. So he takes it 5 more yards, and the Raiders open the half. Well, that's deferring the kick. Didn't really work out too well for the Lions. 2 plays gone, a minute done, a minute into the third quarter here, and the Lions have coughed up the ball to the Raiders. Now you've got the Lions going to have to defend deep, and goodness gracious. Well, that's a big break. We wondered who was going to get that real big break here. Now it's the first takeaway for the Raiders. They've given it up twice on a fumble and interception. Now here they are at the 16, and they're a healthy 45-point offense. I mean, that's where the power is. Warren Wells, Blatnikoff, Chester. I mean, you can do just about anything with this team. Tank Dixon has the breakaway 1 at 66. Shell Upshaw, just to recount, you're 4, 7, 11, 16, 24. And then Shell and Upshaw, 28, 33. Jim Otto is a 5, 43. Oh, wait, sorry. I mean, just right off the bat, you already saw these gentlemen. You know, I mean, tell me those points don't matter. The points matter well enough, thank you very much. 4, 7, 11, 16, 24, 24, 34, 38, 41, 45, just to confirm. My goodness. So, let's see what we've got here. Can the Raider offense capitalize? And how do you do it? I'm thinking you go right to the air here. 2 plays gone. I'm thinking you go right to the air here. I'm going to put maybe the blue dye in the middle for the key. Let's just see what we got. I'm going to do, since the Lions don't have a 16-point secondary, you'd need the nickel guy in here. And I'll talk through that when that time comes. Tank Dixon. Let's do a short pass to Charlie Smith. He'll be in the B. Short to Charlie Smith. They did guess it. They guessed it right. So 32. Oh, God. 32 is a 35. And we'll call it a standard. 35B standard. 35B standard is incomplete. Oh, excuse me. No, I didn't read the... remember, we're not down at this board. We're not between the offense's goal line and 31. Opponent's 31. We're between the opponent's 30 and 10. So that is a 35B. That's 4 yards against a standard and an injury. So there is some resolution involved here, but it's 4 to Smith and an injury. All right, so that's going to be a half play. All right. Let's see. SP Smith for J. And you roll for the injury, 1 die, and that 1 die is even, and that means a defender, I believe, yes, and even numbers a defensive player, so a Lion is down. Now you add the dice, and that is a 9, and that is the right linebacker. The Lions' right linebacker, Wayne Walker, is a 4-pointer. And we'll roll, since there are no J codes on these cards here. This could be significant. He's out for the remainder of the course. He's out for the game. He is out for the game. So that's a 4-pointer, and he's got some fairly good return numbers there. So Wayne Walker is out of the game. Walker out. And that means we're going to just need, first of all, to find. That's the second line down, and he's gone for the game, so we need a linebacker in there ASAP. And who do we have? We have, well, we got Ed Mooney. He's got some decent numbers as well. All right, so Ed Mooney coming into this game, it's gotten a little testy. Gotten a little testy down here in the Lions red zone almost. And all right, here we go. Let's just, I know we're so fastidious. So now we're going to count this up again. So that's 4, 8, 12, and 16. That's 16-point front four of the Silver Rush. Plus 4 for Naumoff and 4 for Lucci is 24, 27 with Mooney, 31 with Lem Barney, and 9 for the remainder. So there you go, being a B. That's 16, 24, 27, 31, 40 instead of the 41. So the Raiders have a 4-point advantage. That's still well in the B index according to the old charts there. You can see that. Big old board. So that puts it at second, and that was quite a couple big breaks there for the Raiders here. That was 4 yards. 2nd and 6 at the 12. All right, well. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Bit of a gamble there on the pass. I think let's go back to Smith on a run, outside run against the Standards, shall we? And he gets the 33, but they key it. So it's a 3 outside run again. Now we're in that good zone because we're outside the 9-yard line. That last field position chart is between the opponent's goal line and 9. So you've still got some good running room, and that 3 is great anyway. In fact, in the A, you can get some good touchdown action there. But we're in this chart, and it's Charlie Smith who just caught the pass. So that's a 3 outside. 3 is 13 yards. B in the standard. That would have been a touchdown, but they keyed him, so it's 9 yards. Brilliant run to the 3. First and goal for Charlie Smith to the 9. That's a full play gone. First and goal. Smith 9. First and goal at the 3. That's 26 and a half plays remaining. All right, 26 plays will be 13 there. 30 seconds of play, 30 plays a quarter in APBA football. And I think there's some others as well. Wow. Speaking of running, do we need LaMonica to do any running? I mean, I don't know. I think it's Tank Dixon. Tank Dixon inside G is a key, 14. Tank Dixon is 22. Now we're in this final part of the field here, and that's a 22, and the G is no gain. No gain. Valiant effort, 2nd down. That's a Dixon no. 2nd and goal at the 3. What shall we see? I think you go back to him. I think I'm going to go back to Dixon on the outside. Ooh, and it's 26. They didn't get him, though, but 26 is 25 outside G. That's going to be zip as well. Wow. And the Silver Rush crushing the Raider run game right now. So, 3rd and goal at the 3. Got to write smaller here. Wow, 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 wow. Well, let's see. Ooh, boy. Wow. Man, I gotta tell you, I don't know. Hate to put the ball up. I think it short to Warren Wells. They'll would you G-line it? Well, on a third down, I'm going to go standard. Short to Warren Wells against the standard. Well, they keyed him, but it's a 22. I mean, that's just going to be a touchdown. It should be. That's 7 on LaMonica's P column. Wells is in the A. Short A standard is 7. That went from 5. They keyed him down to 4. Yeah. A against a standard, or in this case, it's an 8-man line. Okay, so you see here that that's 7. The A index, because Wells an A index lifts the Oakland Raiders an index. You come from this 7, that 5, just down 2 lines because there was a gain on the play. It comes down to 4, and that's a touchdown for Warren Wells. And I'm just going to stop talking and enjoy that. That's a half play. Touchdown to Wells. Wells SP3TD. It's going to be half play there. And the pat is going to be by Mr. Blanda. Yes, we do need that. Forgetting, yes. Let's just get the offense off the field, shall we? Wow. Nicely played there. And what do we got here? We've got George Blanda. You'd think you could keep it in that's 44. I mean, don't really even have to look that up. No, that's a 44 is a 7, but I'll look it up anyway just to look at these great old boards and then also in this case in the older boards on the kicking. If you have the older boards, if you ever find these, say you just can't get enough of this game after this wonderful video, and you want to go out and grab a vintage game, or you found a vintage game, you would kick your PAT from the goal line to 5-yard line in this these pre-1972 boards here. So that 7 is good. It's good as good can get, and the Raiders have a 10-0 lead, 10-3 lead over Detroit. So with 24 plays remaining, 12 minutes to go in the half, in the third quarter, Blanda's going to stay out there and kick the ball, or bring the Lions offense into position. And we're going to roll. Good Blanda here, and Blanda. And just curious, if he had rolled, oh my God. Now, LaMonica rolled, you want to talk about power? LaMonica rolled a 7 on his 22. Check out Blanda's P column at 22. That's just shocking. I don't think I've ever seen that. That's just, I mean, people will say, it's got to be a mistake. I don't know. But a 2 at 22 for a quarterback, that's just, oh my goodness. You just love the cards, baby. 44 is a 7 for Blanda on the kickoff. That's a good 59.01. I think you can let that roll. That's 59.01. But we're going to take it 59.010 is your left halfback. That's going to be Nick Eddy, the OB. All right. OB is 010, your right halfback. And let's just see what Mr. Eddy. 56 is a 21. Probably won't be the worst. 21 in the C column. 21 in the C is that's the worst. It's 11 yards, so it could have been 19 yards if he rolled a 1 or 2. It's 11 yards to the 12. That's not the best looking thing in the world. And that's a half play. Eddie 11, 23 and a half, 1st and 10 for the Lions at their 12. Well, now there might be just, I can't say a sense of urgency for the Lions here. I mean, that's, you don't want to get carried away here. It's a touchdown. It was a bad break, a fumble. You got to shake it off. Short memory and all of that. So Let's bring our fellers back out here and see what we got. Do you want to show him you're not scared? Well, it was Alty Taylor, so let's run Alty Taylor outside against the standard, get him his confidence back, and that's a nice 55 as a 16. They did get him, but 16B standard. 16B standard is a good 12. Alty Taylor powers for 12. You drop it to 8 out of bounds. All right, 8 out of bounds. And just like that, he is his head's back in the game. He's fine. 2nd and 2 at the 20. So there you are. You don't worry about missing out on the touchback. And let's see. I think you might even go back to Alty Taylor. Give it to him inside against, I'm going to call it a standard. Taylor inside standard is 21. They did guess it. 25B standard. -1. Oh, they got him this time. Taylor -1, so they were kind of anticipating that. And you're not, well, 3rd, and there's the full play. Taylor -1, ditto that. 3rd and 3 at the 19. Okay. 3rd and 3 at the 19. I don't know if I shouldn't use the little football there. I know you're supposed to be using that for the marker, but we're just all mark the possession there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll use it for something. Put that dead square in the middle there. 3rd and 3. All right. 3rd and 3. What are we going to do here? Landry. Let's say if I roll, we'll use that gold pipped die here. Landry might take it. Landry might take it on an... how about this? We'll do it this way. If, well, right. We'll do it 6. Landry rolls it 6, and then we can roll 1, 2, 3 outside, 4, 5, 6 inside. So I'll just do 6 equals Landry, 1, 3 outside, 4, 6 inside if it happens. All right. I just like to make it up on the, draw it up in the dirt, if you will. But I think he's going to, I think he's thinking short to Walton in the C. But if he doesn't like what he sees in the coverage, and he's probably not going to, I'm going to call it standard because I don't think that's an evident passing down, but we are going to go short to Walton. B index drop to a C because of the 16-point Raider secondary. All right, now. Oh, that's a good call. I think he likes what he sees. I'm not going to roll for it. It's a 33, and they didn't key the play, so it's a 33 is a 4. That's a mighty big one. 4B standard. Wish he'd gone long. He's going to Walton. 4 in the C. You wish he'd gotten more out of that. It's 1st down and 5 out of bounds. So it's nice to Walton. 1st and 5 out of bounds is 3 plus the 5 is 8. Half tick. SP 8 out of bounds to Walton. 1st and 10 at the 27. And the Lions just doing it softly there. So I'm going to move the, go to this other marker. This is the actual Paul Barone marker here. I'll even move the chains here because I'm just that, ridiculous human being. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? What have we? What have we? Further ridiculousness. Line your helmets there. We're just geeking out to the nth degree here. Why not? It's a vacation. It's holiday. You get 1 or 2 of those a year, I hope. Let's see. Well, we're going to do, let's do no far outside run. There's a 43. They didn't get him. 43, 22. Should have been an inside for that number. 22 outside. You got far for a yard. Far 1. I just like to make sure there. All right, let's go, Larry. Let's go short to. Let's go long to Sanders. Well, you want to. You don't want to get 2-2-2. Let's go short to Sanders against the standard. There we go. 31. Gonna be. Well, he's not going to be an A. It's going to be in the B. They lower him, so it's 9B standard. got him, they keyed him. So 9B standard. Oh man, it was a first down. But even is the key, so they drop him from 11 yards to 5 yards. Get him 5 yards to the 33 there. And that was inbounds. All right. So third and that's 3rd and 4 at the 33. Let's make sure my math is correct here. Yeah. 3rd and 4 at the 33. And 5, I think, at the 33, actually. What do you want to do? No, it's 3rd and 4. It was a 1 yard gain of 5 yards, 3rd and 4, 33. Jeez. In any case, what do you want to do with that 3rd and 4 at the 33? I'm going to just I can sneak that back up there in a second. I'm going to have to go to the jumbo fields from Paul here. We'll see. Let's go short to Sanders again. Let's go short to Sanders again. I forget the color. But short to Sanders again, why not? And that way, short to Sanders is 31 again. And there you go. And they didn't key him this time, so 31 is the 9. B standard, and he gets it this time. Go back to that play. It's first down and 2 out of bounds. So it's 6 total. SP Walt was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half play. First down. First and 10 at the 39. Nice. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. So you don't have to panic. You just play it slow. You don't get too greedy. You're behind by a touchdown. It's not a big deal. All right. The Lions faithful are respecting the teams. Respecting the Landry's signal calling here. They're fired up, but he's calming them down a bit. Alti Taylor, let's go inside against the standard, is 14. Oof, 31. B standard is -2. Taylor stuffed. Second and 12 of the 37. All right, well, second 12 to 37 there. Second and 12 at the 37. You got to get to the 49 here. What are you going to do? Let's go far outside against the standard is 14. It's 25. That's nothing out of bounds. Far, trying to find the edge there. That's 3rd and 12 at 37. Well, I think you're going to go, let's just go long to McCulloch. Earl the Pearl McCulloch. Why not? Let's just see what we got there. Earl the Pearl McCulloch. It is. All right. It's a 13. I don't think that's going to be, that's nothing. That's just so incomplete. So incomplete. And with that, the Lions will punt. So 4th and 12 at the 37. And Weaver will come in. Well, I had some promise there, but the Lions got a little stuck. A little mired. That's not the worst thing. We got Weaver coming out to punt from his 37. And for the Raiders, we've got Wyatt and Sherman. They've had a lot of duty in this game. And he rolls a 52, which is a 27. Ooh. And remember, he's kicking from his 30. He's behind. He's in that middle column on the punt chart, and 52 is a 27. Oh, geez. and he rolls. Another big Raider break here. It is blocked. X marks the spot. That 52, let's just double check. That's a big play. 52 is a 27 on Weaver's card. And of the three possible results, two of them on that line are block punts, and it's minus 14. D6, the left linebacker. And well. Minus 14. Blocked. Minus 14. D6 is going to be, I'm going to half play it and just get that time in there. And it is, Dun, dun, dun. Okay, special teamers out of there. You're kicking to the offense. Well, I mean, you're offense kicking to the defense. What am I saying? 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember your D1, your D2, your left lineman. Your D3 is Connors, your middle guy. Okay, then D4 and D5 your right lineman, and D6 Lasky is your recoverer in that blocked kick. And that's, first of all, it's marked the distance. 2, 12, 13, 14. It's back to the 23 that Lasky recovers it, but you see those ugly numbers there? That's pretty much the numbers that Willie Brown's got. Those are, Willie's over here. Those 29s, 30s, 30s, ones is going to be essentially falling on a ball. It's a 26, is a 30. It's going to get you pretty much nowhere on the fumble recovery. Actually, he loses a little yardage, and he actually rolls back 40 yards. So it actually costs him 4 yards back to the 27. And, -4 Lasky. All right, so let's reconnoiter here. And the Raiders have a 1st and 10 at the Lions 27. A second big break for Madden's boys here. And, 8 minutes, 15 seconds remain in the third quarter here. And the Raiders defense has come out. They've made the adjustments here. They've recovered a fumble, and they've recovered a block punt. It was the Raiders giving up the ball in the first quarter. LaMonica with that pick. And I think it was Dixon with that fumble. And now who's coughing the ball up? Well, it's the Lions are losing it here. And the Raiders have already capitalized with that one touchdown. That Wells 3-yard touchdown pass. So let's see what we've got here. What is LaMonica going to pull out of his hat now? Does he want to try to strike while the Lion morale is low? The Lion faithful are in full throat. The Silver Rush. Karras none too happy with that outcome. And I think he had some words with Landry there on the about getting that ball down the field there. And certainly with the Weaver. Not getting the ball off in time there. And, let's just see. All right. Remember, we're 40-point defense here. I think we're just going to take the shot. I think we're going to take the shot to Ray Chester. It's you can still do a long pass up to the opponent's 25. So let's take the shot. I think he's gonna take it long to Chester. 1st and 10 at the Lion 27. Ooh, just off at 32 is a 35. Well, let's see. We don't know. It's going to be in the A. 35A standard is 29T5. They did not. It's 29T5, and that penalty. That's one of the cases where they give you what the penalty is, and that's defensive pass interference. So now you take that to the 1. Well, look at that. First down were completed. So I've been burning that. I forgot to do it. It's not an automatic touchdown. It wasn't. You're going to give it to him on the 1. So, see, it turned out 32. That 35 to Chester at A. Long pass standard. He got the interference call. Got the flag. That T5 is defensive pass interference. Ouch. 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 Challenged that vaunted but perhaps fading Lions secondary. of Barney, LeBeau, Wager, and Vaughn. So they can do it. It's a half play. It's 1st and goal at the 1. All right. Let's just note defensive PI, def PI. 16, 1st and goal. 1st and goal at the 1. That's pass interference. 29 T5 was. All right. Well, let's see. Now, does LaMonica? Well, here we go. We've got a little sneaky situation here. Let's try. Which one do you want to try? Let's try a mod. Which one do you want to do? You want to do the Zarb or the Malloy? Huh. Well, let's think about this. Let's roll for it. Oh, let's roll for it. 1, 2, 3 is Malloy. 4, 5, 6 is Zarb. Let's do it. It's a 6. We're going Zarb. We're doing the Zarb chart. Okay, it's got colors. All right. I'm going to do Zarb. QB sneak. And it's 1st and goal. So let's see what we got here when we roll for it. We don't need to roll the... Well, I guess we do. Yeah, we're going to see if they key it. Let's see. Read this. So DS or G. I say they're going to go G. And all fumbles considered no gain. So F21, all fumbles considered no gain. Check locator for team and player. Recovering only. Fumbles are recovered at spot. No advancement. So it's basically a fall on the ball. All right. And I don't know, actually, if this is meant to work with all ears of the cards. I mean, I imagine so. Should ask him more in depth about that. We should actually, I've got a few ideas here for how we're going to take this forward. So, and 1 to 5. Oh, he's got measurement needed. Check this out. So, see, this is why Zarb is the man. There's yellow, so you get the green coded, just like the 90s charts. Green for go, yellow for not sure, and red for stop there. So you get some fumble opportunity here. So we're going to send it LaMonica up the gut. They guessed it, but it's a 45. So it's a 45 on his card is a 25. No gain. They stuffed it. Wow. And that is a full play 2nd. Wow. Sniffed it out. 2nd and goal at the 1. Amazing. Wow. Well. Look at that. Nice little chart. Thank you, Mr. Mark Zarb, for all that you do and all you have done. You can find those. I'll put the link to it. Of course, it's all at the man, his own selves, Greg Barrett's Ogard62's website. You can find these charts there. He created his blog in 2012, I believe, and he houses all the modifications that we've talked to folks about. You can see all those videos on our channel. You can, I may repost some of the interviews we did. In any case, let me just shut up here, and let's see if we're going to send Tank Dixon inside. Or let's send Charlie Smith outside against a G. Is a 32. 32 is a 36. BG. Well, there's another little outside BG. I remember 32. It's B outside BG. Oh my goodness. -8 and an injury to Smith. Well, that's just one of those wacky. So it's -8 and there's a J equals, and that's going to be a 14.5. So it's going to be a 3rd down. Take that half play off there. That's just one of those wild odd offense, even defense. It is a Raider is down. Well, the Lions certainly chased him down there. And the injured party is the fullback. Number 8, the fullback. Tank Dixon trying to block for his buddy. Goes down in the fracas. And I don't like that. And here, of course, you roll a 66. There's a 12. He's out for the game plus a game. So if you're continuing the season, well, that's it. Dixon out. Well. So this good advantage for the Raiders is taking a horrible turn. Tank Dixon is out of the game. And, well, we have Banaszak And we got Banaszak possible, and we've got or we've got Marv Hubbard. I think you got to go Hubbard here. Banaszak or Hubbard. Well, they can both play fullback, halfback, or fullback. They're both C's. Who's got the better numbers here? Overall, it looks like Hubbard. Slight advantage here. Yeah, you're going Marv Hubbard. There's no, we're not going to make that mistake. Banaszak is not quite into the Raider way there yet, perhaps so. But in any case, so it is, you drop 2 points. No, 1 point, sorry. So now each the Raider offense and the Lion defense are depleted by a point, so it's 4 points to 40. And 14 and a half plays to go. 7 minutes 15 to go. Well, that was a huge. It's still first and goal now from the 9. So I think you got to take the shot. Biletnikoff short against D. Whoops. Biletnikoff short against the D is a 53. Is a 29. A against the D. That they're going to get lucky there on that sack. Oh my goodness. 29 in the it's actually incomplete against the light. It's not even a sack. Amazingly, the A index really is your friend there. Oh my goodness. And that's the benefit. Biletnikoff an A. Lions can't counter that. Raiders raise to an A. Short pass against the D line. See, they called standard, and that's why I will call a standard or even a G, because if you get that, in that case, the standard would have given you an 11-yard sack, and the G would have given you the 12, but it's only incomplete. So 4th down, that Blanda's still in field goal position there for sure. So it's that was a 3rd and goal at the 1, at the 9 rather. So 4th and goal at the 9, and we're going to do a fake, do you think? No, I don't think we're going to do that. 7 minutes to go. They're up comfortably. They can go up by 10 here and go up by a second score. So let's get the Raiders offense out of Mr. Blanda's way and let the man do what he's got to do. So let's see. Well, George Blanda, remember you're reading it from the line of scrimmage, goalpost front of the end zone. So that's essentially a chip shot. You're reading it from the second column, the 6 to 11 yard line column here, and it is a 13 for Blanda. Maybe it's not so much of a chip shot. It's a 23. It's an oddball number. 23, and it's good. And it would have been good even up to 10 yards had he rolled in the sea, so that's good. So the Raiders capitalize on that big old blocked punt. Good. And the Raiders are up 13-3 in Detroit. Well. So the Raiders capitalized. Second half going all Raiders. They took the opening drive down. Yeah, but they took the, well, no, excuse me. No, that was not, they kicked off. Let's see, that's why you read your notes. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, right. So it was the 2. Cut here. So the Raiders gave up the kick to start the quarter, but they recovered the Taylor fumble and took it in for the touchdown, and now they've capitalized on the blocked punt. So 10 unanswered points for the Raiders here in the 3rd quarter. Their defense clearly has made some adjustments. The Lions really need some help here. Blanda kicking off again. is a nice 55, is a 19, is a 61-10. Again, that's just going to be a touchback. Not going to mess with that. Half play, 1st and 10. 61-0-10, was it? I just like to note it. 1st and 10 for the Lions at their 20. 13 plays to go. 6.5 minutes left in this exciting third quarter. Exciting for the Raiders, that is. And let's see. Do we need any? Does maybe Nick Eddy? Does he come in? We already know that we've got. Let's see. Well, the Raiders lost one of their best rushers. Let's see. Lasky having recovered that blocked punt. Hero for the Raiders there. We got Farr, Taylor. Let's just see if we want to get a little something here. Let's just see. Now, Eddie versus, he's a 3-point guy. I mean, if he subs in for Alty Taylor, you lose the, let's see if they just can't get a little, with the fresh blood there. Eddie at halfback instead of Taylor. And let's just see. Let's go Eddie outside run. Eddie outside run against the standard is a 36. Is 21. Didn't get 21B standard. They didn't key in 21B standard is 4 for Eddie. All right. Full play, 2nd and 6. I like it. All right, let's see. Let's go short to Walton on 2nd and 6. Short to Walton will be in the C against the standard. It's 52. Oh, now Landry's got the 29. 29 C standard. Landry sacked for -5. Landry sacked for -5 yards. My goodness. And just like that, the Raider D is really 3rd and 11 at the 19. And just like that, you got an issue. So, just like that, you got an issue. We need Alty Taylor back in here. We're going to go, you got to go Sanders. You got to go. I guess, there's no medium pass in this version of the game, although Lawrence Ruggiero has been using the modification chart, the modded chart, the community gift of a medium pass play for the old game here. Shoot, maybe I should pull that out. Maybe for the 4th quarter, I might just do that. Lawrence, thank you for the idea. All right, shoot. Short to Sanders. It's got to be. Is 33, and they got him. They keyed him, but it's a 4. So it's going to be B standard, 4B. Oh, I should do a D line there. Is it? No, it's 3rd. Yeah, it'd be a D. So it'd be, and actually, in this case, the A. Now, here's a case where the A doesn't help you. You're on a short pass in the, this portion, the biggest portion of the field here. Had it been an A, it'd be 9 yards, and the gain would drop. Well, I guess it would. It would actually give you more yardage here because it'd be 11 plus the 5 there. In this case, the 4 against the D drops there, and that is the best. So actually, also, in this case, the 1st and 5 drops the 1st and 3, so it's 14 yards. It would have gone to that. In any case, it is a 4, B, D, first 4, the 1st and 3, 1st down and 3 out of bounds. So 11, 13, 14, SP 14 to Sanders. All right. And the Lions get out of a jam there. At the 33. At the 33, the Lions are out of danger there. So let's see what we want to do. Let's go Long McCulloch. 36. That's 36 is 20. That's going to be nothing. You take the shot against the standard. Yeah, that's nothing. That was a waste. That's a waste. Incomplete. That's an incomplete. All right, let's see. Let's go short to Sanders again. Why not? Short to Sanders is a 53. It is 14. Oh, it's against the standard. 14B standard. They did key him 4-2. It's 2 to Sanders. They don't break him out. Third down. 3rd and 8 at the 35. Well, another critical third down here for the Lions to try to convert. 9 plays to go. That's 4.5 minutes. I think I'm finally getting a hang of. I've never used the marker there. Gonna go short to Sanders again. I guess I got to do it. 55, and that's better. 55, right back to him is a 7 on Landry's P column, and they didn't key him according to the blue die, which is even, not odd. So 7B. I said standard, should be the D again. 7BD. 7B in the D is 1st and 2 out of bounds. Landry getting the rolls here. Had they keyed him, would have been down to 4 yards. So, shoo, you know. But 7, again, 55 is a 7B, D, 1st and 2 out of bounds. So 10 yards to Mr. Sanders. Nicely done. SP 10 out of bounds. You're not supposed to pass to the same guy twice in a row. Well, what are you going to do? Well, what are you going to do? I'm not even substituting the guy out. I mean, he's a 5-point-A. You're just not going to let him out of the game. I mean, you'd have to. Who is your backup tight end? I don't even know. I'm not even going to look it up. So, in any case, Alty Taylor outside standard is 55, a 16. B, standard 13. They keyed him down to an 80B. So the Lions matriculating here. 2nd down. Tay 80B. 8-2 at the Lion 47. The Raider 47. They have crossed midfield. The Lions, Landry. I guess Carson Landry's discussion about offense getting that defense off the field and not to make any mistakes has paid off here. Don't jinx them. It's 2nd and 2 at the Raider 47. Let's go Alty Taylor inside standard. It's a 45. Taylor inside is 19B standard. They did guess it. 19B standard. 1 yard. He's so close. All right. 1 yard for Taylor. It's a 3rd and 1 situation. 3rd and 1 at the 46. Do you want to try to Landry sneak it? Well, I don't know about that. I think we'll take far inside against the G. Is a 24. Ooh, it's 28. Against the G. 28BG is -1. Ooh, they nailed far for that 1 yard loss, and it's 4th and 2. Raiders gave up that yard and tooketh away. No, they didn't do that. In any case, it is now 4th and 2 at the Raider 47. 3 minutes or 6 plays to go. What do? You want to punt it? Oh boy, I think we're going to punt it here. I think we just got to get rid of it. I think you just don't want to give LaMonica that short a field. You want to get Weaver, get this ball out of here. See if the can't get the Lions back to where they were in the first half, downing the Raiders deeper in their territory. That 35 is a 10 on the K column in the A. Now they're past midfield, so that shortens the punts just a touch. And, actually that's not too bad. I think the Lions made the great call here. Joe Schmidt, let's see, 35 is a 10. And it is the A index. It's a 2, so it rolls dead at the 5-yard line. Wow, that's a very, very nice outcome. So 2, 12, 22, 32, 42 yards, rolls dead at the 5. Wow, great call. Punt, 40, 42 rolls dead 5. That's 5.5 plays to go. And the Raiders, way deep. That was a great, great kick by Herman Weaver. He redeems himself after the blocked punt that gave up the led to that Raider touchdown, or led to the Raider field goal. What was it, a 16-yarder by Blanda. Well, you've got Weaver now at nice 42-yard kick, just rolling down there to the 5, and the Raiders have a bit of distance to travel here. How will they do it? Missing now. They're certainly going to be missing Mr. Dixon, Marv Hubbard. How will he acquit himself with this opportunity in hostile Detroit? How will this turn out? Let's see. Well, I wonder now, reward and penalty. If you put the nickel in, I think we're gonna go nickel. I think we're gonna go nickel and defend against that pass. Not that they're going to want to be passing, but they're going to throw that nickel in there, and we're going to sub out. Sub out Mr. Mooney. There. Okay, so Mooney is the sub. Use my nice little Titans. These great little card holders here. So Mooney was your left linebacker. I'm putting Rasmussen in. Now I'm going to take advantage of the old 16-point secondary rule to short and short passes and a 8-point rule to short and long pass, or reduce the offensive index there. 4, 7, 10, 13 plus 3 is the 16, and 4, 7, and 10 with the 3. That's just the way I'm going to play it. That's just the way it's going to be done there. So 11, 4, 7, 10, 13, 16 with Mr. Rasmussen there. Let's see, I don't know if the Raiders are going to want to put the ball up at that point, but you never know. You never know. Daryl LaMonica. Mad Madden. Mad Bomber and Mad Madden. What are we going to do here? What could happen? I think we're going to send Charlie Smith. No, you're not going to send him up again. Just to be clear here, you can get some yardage out of the guy on the inside. If you need some clutch yardage, on a 4th and 1, in Apple Ball, 3, 5, 7, 9 guys, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 21. In the old game here, these guys, you can get some yardage out of them on the inside run. You're not supposed to do it, but you can get a yard here or there. So I am never averse to sending this guy inside, particularly on, let's say, like a 4th and goal. You can get the yardage out of the guy. But that's not what we're doing here. We're on the far opposite side of the field for that. Let's see. Let's give Charlie Smith outside standard. Is a 65. Is a 7. That's one thing. That's one thing. Also, my gut from days of having played these older cards. A 65. For these 3, 5, 7 guys tends to be a pretty good. I don't know why that's been. I have to bear that out. That's kind of a myth at this point, but that's just my recollection, muscle memory, if you will. This is a Smith outside run is a 7B standard, 8 yards, right? We didn't key him. 65 on his R column is a 7 outside. That's a nice, healthy 8-yarder for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith goes to the 13-yard line. 2nd and 2 at the 13, and that is, we got 2.5 minutes 5.5 plays to go here. That's 2 minutes 15 seconds. That's 2nd and 2. All right, let's see. Keeping the nickel in there. I'm not using it. Well, there was no nickel boost to the run in the old game here. So let's get Marv Hubbard inside against the standard. Is 13, is a 19. That's another thing. A lot of these backup guys, your main guys will get kind of the so-so numbers. Wherever your main guys have tended to have bad numbers at something like a 13, every once in a while it seems that your backups tend to have better numbers there. I just like to shake the card like that, by the way. Hubbard Hubbard, 13. It was an inside run, is 19 for Hubbard. They keyed him, though. Now, 19B standard, keyed him from a 4 to a 1. Critical. They targeted him. They stopped him. And they're forcing a critical 3rd and 1 for the Raiders now. After the Lions did some nice 3rd down efficiency there. And that's a full. Smith, I was going to check something. Yeah, that was a 5 and that was a 4.5 there. Right, and that was a okay. And that's 3rd and 1 at the 14 for the Raiders. That's 3.5. Right. 3.5 plays left. That is 90 seconds. Yes, I just about missed the time there. Okay, what are we going to do? 3rd and 1. I think you're going to send Hubbard right up the gut again against the G. And it is a 24 for Hubbard. Is a 2. Ooh, now, just putting the lie to what I said, your starter at 24, Smith, that's a bad number, and Hubbard, I'll shake them both together. 24. Hubbard is a 28 inside against the G. They didn't key him, but they didn't really need to. That 28 is a dog of a roll. And against the G, that's a yard. They slammed him for a 1-yard loss. 24 is a 28 on Hubbard's R column. B index, G line, inside play. No dice. Full. He gaineth it, and he losteth it. And we're making up words, and it's 4th and 2 at the 13. And you better believe Mr. Eyeshide and the field position game paid off for the Lions here. Paid off big time. Eyeshide now has to punt it. And certainly the Lions would love to repay the favor of that blocked Weaver kick. Weaver redeems himself by pinning the Lions. Well, let's just see. We're going to get Lem Barney out here for the TA. Let's just see what the Raiders can muster here on a 4th and 2 at the 13. Eyeshide, Mike Eyeshide. He's a decent punter. And with 11 is 4, well, there you go. Now he's behind his, and it's going to be in the A column. So, a punt from behind his 19. So he really needed to get the boot in here. So that's an 11. Is a 4. And it's in the A. It's 61. It's the maximum in this column. Rolls dead. So the punting game. Look at this. The punters coming to the fore. Eyeshide. A nice 61-yard kick. 61. Rolls dead. 11 equals 4 and 2. And that's going to be a half play. 2 minutes to go. Or 2 plays. I'm just going to mark this correctly. 1st and 10 for the Lions. That's 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 61 to the Detroit 26. Wow. Very nice. Very nice. Look at that. No chance of a return. Punters making it happen here in the 3rd quarter. So Eyeshide doing his part to preserve the Raider advantage here. And here come the Lions. Let's see what we can do. Let's just, I'd like to just see. I mean, not that I'm really looking to replace Mr. Charlie Sanders at tight end. We've got Triplett. Bill Triplett is a possibility if we need some fresh blood here as a runner. Munson is and Landry are pretty equal numbers here. Landry's better, but we're not going to bring Walton in back for the fourth quarter. I think we're just going to let Mr. Cottrell stay in at left guard. Seems to be doing all right, but we'll see if we need to bring him back in. Well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? So I don't really see that you've got a Sanders substitute. Not that you really want or need one. You got Steve Owens as a backup runner, Triplet as a backup runner if you want to get... you got a great running game here. There's nothing... And you got Nick Eddy, so I just don't see the need to make too many personnel considerations here. I think what you see on the field is what you get. All right. Minute to go in the third quarter here. The Raiders having perked up and scored 10 points on Detroit. Let's see what we get here. I think we're going to go long Sanders. Gamble for it. 53. You're not going to like this. 53-14. 14. B standard. Oh, just missed it. Just missed it. Over the outstretched hands, as it were. Had that been a 13, that would have been a connection. Wow, but that Raiders secondary shuts it down. First and 10 at the 26. Play and a half to go. Second 10 at the 26. That's what it was at the 13. So 37 and 24, 61. What I'm going to do here. Let's go short to far against the standard. 35 is 11, B standard. 5 keyed to 4. So 4 to, let's say Taylor or Farr. Short pass. All right, that's inbounds. Half play to go. 3rd and 6. SP4. Half play to go. 3rd and 6 at the 30 for the Lions. Got to get to the 36 here. What are you going to do? I think you're going to go... Well, you're just over-targeting the guy. Oops, I've taken out one of the signs here at Tiger Stadium. One of the signs has come down here. We'll just re-glue that baby. And let's see. Let's go short to McCulloch. 14 is 26. See, I want to call a D in there. 14 is a 26. It's going to be, let's see, 26C. Yeah, there's nothing. That's just incomplete. No sack, and that's a 4 and out. And that's time expires in the third quarter. The Raiders are up 13-3. And as we start out, 4th and 6 at the 30, the Lions will punt here. So the Raiders, Madden's men have acquitted themselves nicely after the half here, and they've got 15 minutes to victory on Turkey Day 1970. 4th and final quarter here, the Raiders made some halftime adjustments and added 10 points to their total, and a wonderful third quarter for Madden's men. So heading into the final stanza here, the last 15 minutes of this 1970 Turkey Day remembrance game, the Raiders are up 13-3 over the hometown Lions, and the Raiders are set to receive the ball again from a very busy Herman Weaver, who redeemed himself with a very deep punt that rolled dead at the Raider 5 after giving up a block punt that led to a 16-yard Blanda field goal. The Raiders' Mike Eyeshot responded in kind with a 61-yarder that rolled dead around here at the 26. So the Raiders made some halftime adjustments and capitalized on a couple of Lions mistakes, fumble to begin the third quarter that resulted in a 3-yard touchdown to Wells. We're in Wells now. We've made some adjustments here as well. We've elevated Tiger Stadium. Michigan and Trumbull's dice rolling, not tower, but a dice box, so we can try to show you some of the rolls better there. Also, I'm going to talk about a very quick mod that I came up with years ago. many great modifiers in this game. You saw we use the Mark Zarb quarterback sneak chart here. I found my old squad leader counters, and squad leader is a great Avalon Hill game. Those of you who are gamers know it very well, I'm sure, in which squad level action you had units of you know, men, platoons, squads who could carry armament, conduct missions, and then you had leader counters. Leaders are important to the game of squad leader because they can help their respective squads when their leadership counter is on these squad counters. They can improve, as I recall, firepower and morale. So if a unit is under fire and isn't outright eliminated, it is counted as broken. You flip it over there, and then a leader counter can come in there, and depending on the modifier, help rally those troops back to full strength. So that negative number after that first number is a positive number. It helps rally the troops and I believe improve their firepower and defense. But there's one guy in here you always want to avoid, and that is Mr. Colonel Rosenberger. He's one of those rare German leaders with a plus number. He actually is detrimental to his troops. That plus number is actually a negative effect. He actually adds to the role to try to unbreak his troops. So leadership is important on the battlefield for sure, and on the football field. And a little mod I came up with is naming an offensive captain and a defensive captain. Basically works like this. I either pick a 5-point guy or a 4-point guy on offense and defense for each team, and I roll for leadership before the first half, the second half, and any game-winning drive. So for the Lions here on offense, for instance, I could use good old Mr. Sanders there, but I think I'm going to use the center, your Lions center, Bull Flanagan. He's got a 5, and what I'm going to do is before the fourth quarter here, I'm going to roll for his leadership, and if he rolls a 2 or a 12, because he has 5 points, he gets the option there, the 2 or the 12. He will raise his team's index 1 letter grade. Now, to counter that, I will name a defensive captain. The Raiders don't have any 5-pointers. They've got some 4-pointers, bunch of 4-pointers. So I'll say, Tom Keating, for instance, or Willie Brown. Willie Brown will rally his troops. And he, as a 4-pointer, only gets 1 of the rolls. So I'll just say a 66. So beginning of the fourth quarter, I'm going to roll for the Lions offensive captain. If he gets the 2 or 12, he'll raise the Lions index 1 grade, and the Raiders can counter, but with only 1 number since their defensive captain is only 4. I'll do the same thing for the Raiders on offense, of course. I mean, none other than Mr. Upshaw will be your offensive captain for the Raiders. He'll roll to raise the team's index by 1 on offense. Before the half, just to make it fair here. And on defense, I might use Paul Naumoff. The Lions don't have any 5-pointers, or Mr. Karras. We already talked about Mr. Karras jawing with Landry and Weaver after a couple mistakes in that third quarter. So that's just a little mod I came up with. Of course, it's nowhere near the mods. You saw the Zarb mod. We use the quarterback sneak mod. All the folks we've interviewed, Phil Malloy and Zarb and Dunlap and Barrett and you name it, a lot of Dergarabedium, and everyone. This game is so great because you can modify it a million ways to Sunday, and so many folks want to add weather effects or home field advantage, things of that nature. I think the leadership role is important, and as we kick off here, the fourth quarter, the Lions are punting. So I'm just going to make a notation here. Leader role. That's going to be Bull is a 5, and Karras is a 4. And then on offense and defense, and then counter on the Raiders, I'll say, on offense, it'll be Upshaw, his role. And on defense, Brown. Again, the 5-pointers get the opportunity to either a 2 or 12 And a 4-pointer only gets we'll just say it's 66. You can make it 12, whatever. So, before we kick off the fourth quarter here at Tiger Stadium, I'm going to roll for leadership. I'm going to roll. Doesn't have to really happen right now, I suppose. Let's get the punt out of the way first. We'll do that. Weaver's punting to Wyatt and Sherman to start. It's a 56 as a 16 on Weaver's K column, and he's kicking in that middle column 16, and the 3 means in a B, so it's a fair catch by the D10. That is Alvin Wyatt. D10 is your TA. It's just, you got to read those codes. TA is D10, your left safety. Rod Sherman, the TB, is the 11, your right safety. In any case, it is a 32-yard fair catch. 10, 20, 32-yard fair catch by Wyatt. Then we half play to the Raider 38. So, let's just call that line punt 32 FCD 10, and the Raiders will take over, up 10 points. Now, we don't even really need to rally the troops, so they're just going to stay on cruise control. We don't need to do that. Well, you know what? I'll roll it for the Lions. Obviously, they need the stop here. And so let's just see here. Let's roll it let's get your Raiders out here. Hubbard taking over for Dixon, an injured Dixon. Gene Upshaw will be the offensive captain's role, and on defense we'll use Mr. Karras. So Mr. Karras is going to roll leadership. He's going to try to downgrade those Raiders to a C from their B index. And his role is 34, no good, or 7, really. And Gene Upshaw, we'll see if he can't raise his folks to an A just to make it fair. Gene Upshaw rolls a 2-1, so no leadership mod there. It's so statistically insignificant. It's just going to happen so rarely, but I think it's kind of fun. All right, let's try to move this baby along. The Lions are in semi-desperation mode. It's early here, but the Raiders are just going to start eating the clock here. I think Hubbard inside run against the standard is 32. Is a 35. Say inside standard. It's that TD, TZ. Oh my goodness. 32 is a 35 on Hubbard's card. Is a touchdown. A touchdown. A 62 yards. He's all the way, but there is a flag on the play. And we're going to have to roll for that. That would be a 62-yard touchdown by Hubbard. Not downshifting here at all. The TZ roll for the penalty is 4-5. That is, it's a 9. It's the old game. So 9 on the TZ is a 10 is, defense. Wait, yes. The roll is 9, and the penalty is a 10. That is defensive personal foul. And it is a touchdown for Mr. Marv Hubbard. The Raiders go up with the kick here. Let's see. TDs. Def 9 equals 10. Well. And just like that, the Raiders, a 62-yard TD. Up the gut, Marv Hubbard. I hope I got that right. I should have put the play card down. That's the way it stands. Called busted play. Oh my goodness. And let's get George Blanda the kick here for the extra point. 24 is a 24 on his K column. And it's good. And the Raiders open the fourth quarter just like they did with the third quarter. They are up 17-3. Now the desperation has set in for the Lions. Well, my goodness. Well, it's 2 touchdowns. Can the Raiders hold that lead? Can the Lions rally here? Oh, my goodness. And Blanda kicks off at 65 as a 23. Is 57-010 kicking from the 40 at 57 to the 010. And that 010 is Mr. Eddie. That's an empty roller. That's an empty canister there. Mr. Eddie. That's why. Mr. Eddie. All right. Nick Eddie. All right. He's got, that 32 keeps coming up as a 35. Oh my goodness. 35 on a kick return. 35 is 11 and a penalty. TM. All right. So it's 11-yard return to the 14, but there's a penalty. Gonna mark that half play, and let's see what that TM now is. Remember, the defense kicks to the offense on the kickoff, and that 10M is a 16, is defensive unnecessary roughness. So that's on the Raiders. I'm just going to not, that's, yeah. We're just going to take that for the Raiders. Wow, that's an unnecessary, that's a unnecessary roughness for you, right? That is, yeah, the 10 is the 16. Unbelievable. M, wow. Okay. Yeah. All right, so that's 15 yards additionally for the Raider. Unrough. Minus 15, and that's going to be first and 10 for the Lions. Bit of a break for the silver and blue here. Well, all right. But will they capitalize? That's the question. Now we're going to do the offensive, the roll, leader roll by Mr. Flanagan, Bull Flanagan. He's going to roll to see if he can't rally these boys at 61. Nope. Conversely, Willie Brown, does he just roll a 66? Nope. Okay, so it's just, it's such a modest little thing, but it's, if you do get that fired up guy, maybe you make a difference. First and 10 for the Lions. Again, that was a 57-yard kick, 11-yard return to the 14, and a 15-yard penalty to the 29. First and 10 at the 29 for the Lions. Well, down 2 touchdowns here in their hometown. What will they do? Well, oh boy, I just long past the Sanders to see if he can't uncork it, and he does. Landry, it's gonna be, and look at that. We tried it before, and they almost connected. Remember, they almost connected. It was that 13. He needed a 13 to hit 39 yards, but Landry had the 14. But this time, they've dialed it in against that 16-point Raiders secondary. So even though Sanders' A is dropped to a B, or his effect on the team is nullified, that's a 33 on Landry's P column, is a 4B against the standard. 4B standard, and they did not key him. Okay, so that's blue die. I'm doing even as keyed, odd not keyed. So 4B standard is 62 whopping yards out of bounds, and a big play. 6-2 out of bounds, LP Sanders. And that's wonderful. And it's out of bounds. Saving clock, too. So, first and 10. That's going to be 28 plays. That means that's a minute gone in the fourth quarter. And that's going to be first and 10 for the Lions. 62 yards. That's 11, 21, 31, 41, 51, 61, 62, all the way to the Raider 9-yard line. We're right in the red zone, baby, right? I just want to double check. 11, 21, 31, 41, 51, 61, 62 yards. And just like that, Tiger Stadium is rocking. Rocking. Now what do you want to do? How do you capitalize on it? Can the Lions pound this baby in? First and goal, actually, at the 9 for the Lions. Let's go Alti Taylor outside against the standard. is 55. 16B standard. Remember, we're in that red zone, so the yardage is much tougher. We said outside. I said outside. And you're in, yeah, this one. You go from this part of the field, the biggest part, down to this part, the 30 to the 10, and then the 9 to the goal line. And that 55 is a 16 for Taylor. Outside standard. With 6 out of bounds, drops down to 5. It's just one. I mean, it's really statistically insignificant in this case, you know. So it's, again, it's just enough to, you know, make it that one. Well, there's certainly times if you key them off a touchdown, that's a huge deal, and you can key them off a touchdown. But in any case, let's get to it. So again, that's 16. That's 5 yards for Mr. Alty Taylor inbounds. Full play, 2nd and goal. 5 Taylor, 2nd and goal at the 4. Well, all right. Let's see what's going to happen here. How do you want to do it? Yeah, boy. Short to Sanders against the standard. 12 is a 33. Oh, geez. 12 B standard. 12, 33B standard. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Landry rolls a 12 as a 33 to Sanders. B standard as a 1-yard sack and a fumble. 1-yard fumble. Oh my God. Oh, sack -1. Fumble D7. That's your left linebacker. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is Gus Otto. Oh my goodness. Gus Otto. Wow. Oh, Gus Otto. Roll 61. Shouldn't be any. 61 is 29. Oh my goodness. The fumble recovery 29. In the B, ball rolls back a couple yards, and the Raiders are going to take it over at their 3. So, Otto -2. The Raiders 1st and 10 at their 3. Well. Had a gut feeling not to put it up. Had a gut feeling not to do it. Should have audibled myself there. Oh man, that could be a backbreaker. That could be a backbreaker. Now we really need that defensive motivation roll for the. Is it a game-winning drive? Well, it's not really a game-winning drive. Can Karras motivate him? 65, close. Can Upshaw motivate his guys? 56. No. All right, I think now up 17. Well, you really got to, at this field position, you're going to sit on the ball. Hubbard inside standard is 55. 16B standard. Wow. Oh, that's crushing. 16B standard is a nice 10-yard gain by Hubbard to the 13, and just like that, the Raiders, Hubbard got him out of a hole. Wow. 1st and 10 at the 13. Unbelievable with 12:45 to go in this game. Oh my goodness. Let's go Charlie Smith outside against the standard. It's 55 again. Smith, 5B standard. And they did key him 5B standard from a 10 to 8. Smith, 8 yards. Just bang out the run game. And the Raiders preserving that lead, the 2-touchdown lead. 2nd and 2 at the 21. Wow. It's 8 yards, right, from the 13. Whew, boy. All right. It's probably a 3 to 13. All right. And was 8 to the 21, 2nd and 2. I'm doing this in reverse. Is kind of the problem. I'm not used to seeing it that way. That's more like it. Wow. And let's do the Hubbard up the gut again against the G. Hubbard 23 is 22. BG, no key. He gets a yard. He gets a yard. Hubbard gets a yard. Wow, and it's 3rd and 1. A critical 3rd and 1. Wow. 3rd and 1 at the 22. Well, I mean, I think you're just going to send Hubbard back inside. You're not supposed to use him back to back, but Hubbard, whoa. Hubbard. Yeah, not supposed to. Hubbard, 33 inside, 15B standard inside against a G was 5 keyed to 4. Hubbard, 4 yards, 1st down. The Raiders eating clock here. Hubbard, 4 yards. Let's give the man a breather. 1st and 10 at the 26. Let's get him a breather. Let's put Jim Otto back with his defenders on the bench. Jim Otto. Big sack fumble recovery. Let's get Banaszak in here to give Hubbard a break. And that big Hubbard touchdown, not turned over by the... So the Lions, Alty Taylor ran 93 yards for a touchdown, but had it called back on clipping on the Lions. But Hubbard capitalized on the TD with TZ penalty. Wow. All right, so let's do Smith outside standard. Smith outside standard is 51, is 9B standard. And that is 6 yards for Smith to 32. Full play. Oh my goodness, yeah, this is all ball control right now. And that was just when the 51 was a 9, right? 9 outside standard, yeah. 6 yards for Smith. 2nd and 4 at the 32. Wow. That's before the drive, so the leadership roles have occurred. Pete Banaszak, let's go. No need to put the ball up here at all. Up by 2 touchdowns, although, you know, you've got to, well, you're whittling it down here. 10:45 left. Banaszak outside standard. Banaszak 45 is a 32. 32B standard. That's not good. 32B standard. -7, the Lions. Oh my goodness, that's one of those arcade style. Banaszak is going to have horrible numbers. 3rd and 11 at the 25. 3rd and 11 at the 25, and while talking about having to put the ball up, man, Banaszak cannot get on track today. It's going to go short to Biletnikoff. D is 13, is 26A, 26AD. 26AD is completely incomplete, and so 4th and 11 at 25. Punt. Eyeshide is going to come in. The Lions held. Didn't need the motivator roll. Eyeshide is going to try to boot this one out. He had that 61-yarder last time. Let's see what he can come up with. Giving it over to Barney and Eddie is going to be. Lem, Barney, and Eddie. That's just going to move you there. Let's get Lem, Barney in position here. And let's get Eyeshide a shot at this. The 25, all right. It's a 35 for Eyeshide. 35 is a 24 in his K column. 24 in a K column. B is a fair catch by Eddie. 41 fair catch. All right. 41 fair catch. D11. 41 FC D11. And that's going to be for the Lions. Well, it's not it's 41, 10, 20, 30, 41. A nice kick, and the Lions take over at their 34. Oh boy. So now again, let's do that motivational roll. Let's just see if we can't do some. Well, it's a game. It's got to be a game-winning drive here for the Lions. So let's see. Your center. If your center, Mr. Flanagan. I gotta re-roll that since that. Ah, jeez. He's so angry he can't even get the words out. No, nothing there. And for the Raiders, Willie Brown, no, they don't stuff him there, so no leadership modifier there. But 1st and 10 at the 34. Well, man, I mean, when you connect on a play like that, 62-yarder to Sanders, and you're just, now you're really going to put that ball up, yeah? So I think you're going to see, let's get to, you don't really need Willie Brown in there. Not yet. Well, just in case, let's put Willie Brown in. Put Willie Brown in for, let's see, raise him a point for Lasky's got a recovery, Otto's got a recovery. Dan Connors, I mean, all the Raider linebackers are 3 points, but they're doing a great job. Let's just see. Let's take Otto out. So it'll be Otto is out. Brown is in on the nickel. All right. 1st and 10 for the Lions at that 34. Down to 14 points here. Did I get that right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's 20 to 3. Jeez. It's 20 to 3. Wow. Yep. They're on 13-3 and that touchdown. 20 to 3. So yeah, desperation. Wow. Well, we go along Sanders again. 63. There's 19. That's going to do nothing. 19. No, incomplete. Incomplete. 2nd down. Hate to see anybody lose, really. 2nd and 10 at the 34. 19 plays. That's 9.5 minutes to go. Let's go short to Sanders. I'm taking the 6. I'm taking the 6. I'm taking the 6. You saw that. I'm taking it. 66. All right. Giving it to him. Landry is a 1. It looked like it stopped there. So 66 it is. This is a short one to Sanders. Okay. I'll say it was a standard line. So it's 1 B standard. Short pass is 43 yards to Sanders. Had it been the long pass on that one, would have been a touchdown. Would have been a touchdown. Bad coaching on my part. 43 to Sanders. All right. 1, 2, 3, 43 to the 24. That's a full play. SP Sand 43. Oh my goodness. 1st and 10 for the Lions. Once again, a position. They need, well, they're down. Yeah. I just don't think, I don't know. Well, I'm going to do what they're at the 34, 11, 21, 31, 41, 42, 43. 1st and 10 at the Raider 23. Can't do a long pass now. You can't do a long pass now because you're within the 25. So, 1st and 10 for the Lions at the, just a bad call on my part. Long pass and short pass. I should have reversed them. Them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Wow. Yep. Well, the Lions need 2 touchdowns and a field goal here. I just don't see it happening. Wow. All right. Madden. Great tribute to Madden here in the offing, but I kind of always feel bad. The Lions always win on Thanksgiving, but we ain't done yet. My Super Bowl 10 replay, the Steelers scored 3 touchdowns in 1 minute and 45 seconds. So these things can happen. Go short to Taylor against the standard. Is 12. Oh my goodness. I just don't believe it. 33. Short standard. C. He rolled a jeez. 12 is a 33. Short C standard. Unbelievable. I just cannot believe this. -7 fumble D2 the Raiders sack the Raiders. Another sack, another fumble on another 12 for Landry. That 12 equals 33 is murderous, Short to Taylor, he's a B, but the 16-point secondary drops into a C, even without the nickel there. 33 C standard -7 fumble, and that is D2, and I think that's just going to do it. Oh my goodness. Sack, short pass, 12 equals 33, -7 fumble D2. It's soul crushing, and that's in a 4-3, that is Mr. Ron Oates. Mr. Ron Oates. Too many Steelers to name Raiders. Oops, slip there. Sorry, Black and Silver Nation. Silver and Black Nation there. So too many Raiders to get the they better have a huge turducken here. Oates is a 62. The recovery is a 23. Oh my goodness. The fumble recovery is just 0. He falls on it. -7 from the 23. And there's no, oh my goodness. I tell you, I've had the worst luck playing the Lions, no matter the configuration. And I'm just in utter shock here. The Lions, the Silver Rush, started the game. And you talk about a team that's resilient. The Raiders just held on, didn't panic, coughed up an interception and a fumble in the first quarter, but tied it at 3-3 at the half. And now, well, it's beyond desperation for the Lions now. And wow. That's well. I feel bad for the Lions. It's so strange. I feel bad for the Lions, but this is in celebration of Mr. John Madden, and there's no more fitting tribute than his Pride and Poise boys putting the hammer down on Detroit in Detroit, 20-3. Now, Alex Karras is going to try to rally his troops to no end. It's a 55, and Upshaw doesn't even need to do it. I mean, the Raiders just coming out here all business, and just gonna I'm gonna go Hubbard inside G. Hubbard inside G. 12 is 33 again. 33 inside BG. That would have been 12 is a 33. Yeah, 33 BG is -3. So -3, second, and that's 1st and 10 at the 30. Was it? Yeah. 16.5 plays, and 2nd and 13 at the 27. I'm just, my God, I just, wow, I can't believe the confluence of events that has doomed the Detroit Lions here. It's just so wow. Man. Smith outside G. 63 is 21 BG. 21 BG is 2 out of bounds. Why are you stopping the clock? Trying to stay in bounds. Couldn't do it. 3rd, Smith and 2 out of bounds. 3rd and 11 at the 29. Wow. Well, I think you're going to put the ball up here. Do they blitz? We'll use the old blitz rule. How about that? We'll do a blitz. Be a short to Ray Chester. It's going to be a light line. I'm going to use the old blitz rule. The old blitz rule here. And the old game is a 4-line drop. Okay? There you see it. So you're going to do a 4-line drop. If it's complete and it's a long pass, it'll be a short pass. If it's a short pass, you drop 4 lines. If it's complete, you add 10 yards. It was a long pass, you go down 4. If it's complete, you go up 4. So that pretty much takes your 5 to a touchdown. And a run play, you add 5 yards. So maybe we'll put we're going to put an audible in since we're going to blitz. The audible will be 1 or 6 blue equals, or no, we'll do the yellow pip die here. We'll bring out this audible. So now in the new game, you're not supposed to key. Do you? The ball's inside the defense's 31. And it doesn't tell you can't key here. It doesn't move around the playboard. You also use the blitz. So this means an automatic use of the 4-man line also nullifies the naming of any receiver or ball carrier. So you don't. So they can't key here. They're going to blitz 1 or 6 blue. LaMonica will outside run it. LaMonica will take it on an outside run. Okay, let's do it. So, Lions are blitzing. It's going to be a short pass to Chester unless it's a 1 or 6 on the blue die. It is a 1 on the blue die. 1. LaMonica outside run. It would have been not bad. So it's an outside run. So he saw the blitz, and he's taking it outside. And he's got a 15 equals 17. It's going to be B. In the D is 11, and 5 is 16 yards. LaMonica, 16 yards to the 45. You sniffed out the blitz. That's a personal in-house mod in the moment, and that's a full play. Wow, 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 wow. Amazing. 1st and 10 for the Raiders at the 45, killing the clock. 15 plays to go. That's 7.5 minutes. LaMonica brilliantly read the coming blitz, and he takes it on his own. So what are you going to do now? Hubbard inside run against a G. 16 is 21 BG. Inside run, I said. BG's 2. They keyed him to nothing. Killing that clock. 2nd down. Hub 0. 2nd and 10 at the 45. Oh, my goodness. The Lions, it's just a crushing way to lose here. 7 minutes to go in this 20-3. It looks like victory for the Madden's men, the silver and black. Short to Biletnikoff standard. Will be 65 is but wait a minute. 65 is a 23 A standard. 23 A standard. That's a 9-yard interception. 9W. W means interception. 9W D6. Ooh. Lamb. Short pass. 65 equals 23 equals 9W D6. All right. So 9 yards. And the D6 is your left linebacker, which is going to be Mr. Paul Naumoff. Paul Naumoff, all right. He's got no return numbers to speak of here, though. It's really tragic. It's all 30s and whatnot. So let's just roll for that. What's going to be an ugly return for sure, but it's something. It's 44. I mean, it just doesn't even matter. 44 is 28. Oh, my goodness, for his 28 intercepted pass. It's -1. He lost a yard. Naumoff loses a yard, so it was, where were we? We were 2nd and 10 at the 45. After that brilliant 2nd and 10 at the 45. Oh, yeah, 2nd and 10 at the 45, right, of the Raiders. 9-yard interception and a yard loss. That's crazy. That's why it was so confusing. Naumoff -1. Well, that's a turnover, so a half a play. Lions, okay. That's something. That's something. I mean, little too late, I think is what it's going to be. But let's roll again for your captain, your offensive captain here. I mean, trying to save something. Flanagan. 61. Brown. Oh, Willie Brown gets the roll. Willie Brown gets the roll. Is that too cruel? Is that too cruel to put the Lions in the C index here? Let's just do it. I think, well, the Raiders didn't really have to roll for that, but that just seems too cruel to put the Lions in the C. But you know what? I'm going to do it. Long to Sanders, D is 43. That's not going to be in a 19 C, D. It's nothing there. Long pass, that's their side of the 50-yard line. Means nothing. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 at their 45. It's going to have to go long to... We'll nickel it out again, too. So just long to Walton. Doesn't matter. It's 16. Is a 20. That's incomplete. You can just feel the defeat. It's amazing when those 12s, those killer 12s, unbelievable. 12 equal 33. It's just, galling. It's so strict. We're celebrating the life of John Madden, of course, but man. Well, long to Sanders again, D. I mean, 52 is going to be what? 29. It was just C. 29 CD. 29 CD is -10. A 10-yard sack. Greg Landry taken down. Greg Landry taken down. Full play. 4th and 20. Oh, my goodness. 4th and 20 at the 35. I think you're just going to... You might as well just go along with it. Might as well just go along with it to Sanders. 32. Again, 35. Long, 35. It'll be CD. 35 CD. Incomplete, but there is a penalty. All right. TH, and the TH penalty, half play. The TH is 10. The H is an 11, which is offensive personal foul. The Raiders will decline that. Off personal foul. Little testy there. 1st and 10 for the Raiders at the Lion 35. You can feel the people are heading home to enjoy their turkey. The stands are emptying out here. But John Madden celebrating a great Turkey Day win here. 20-3. The Raiders have this one firmly in the bag. No, we're not even going to do any leadership roles. Just going to do Charlie Smith outside against a G. Let's make sure we get our timing here right. There were 11 plays. 5.5 minutes here. We said Smith outside against a G is 54, is 25. BG, that's just nothing. Killing the clock. 2nd down, 10. 5 minutes to go. We'll do Smith outside again against the G. 51 is 9BG. 9BG, 3 down to 0. Well, they hammered him. Yeah, they did key him 0. 3rd and 10. Well, we'll go short to Biletnikoff against D. 65 is... now LaMonica has got the picks. 65 is a 23. I said D. Short pass, 65 equals 23. A. Biletnikoff. Unbelievable. So, you'll anyway. LaMonica, 23 to Biletnikoff. A in the D. Short pass, AD. 23 AD is 7W D7. Man. 7WD7. And that is another Raider hero, or a Lion hero, 7, rather. It's going to be a half play there. And this is your D7, your left backer. Or actually, it's not your left backer. It's going to be No, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Mooney. It's Mooney. Because we hadn't called a nickel there. Why would we? And Mooney. Well, Mr. Mooney. Whoa. Whoa. Mr. Mooney rolling 42 is 20 on the interception return. So 2 picks for LaMonica, but at this point it doesn't matter. Interception return 20 in the A is 17 yards. Mooney trucking along there. Mooney trucking along 17 yards. It was from the 35, right? 35 was 7 yards interception. 35, 7 yards interception, and 17-yard return to the 45. All right. Well, Mr. Mooney, a nice showing there. A nice showing there. 1st and 10 at their 45. We'll put old man Willie B setting up in there. So 2 sack fumbles lost for the Lions. 2 interceptions for the Raiders here. We're going to nickel them out here again. Just crazy. Just crazy. Wild stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. With 4 minutes and 15 seconds, trailing 2013. Just going to bomb it out to McCulloch, huh? Are we going to do the leadership role? Let's do the Flanagan leadership role. Maybe we get something. 62. No. Willie Brown. Nope. All right. So long to McCulloch. Unless we go long, McCulloch is 35. Is 11. It's going to be C against the D. That's incomplete. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. And that's why you'd like to have the medium pass in this game. We'll go short to Sanders against the D. It's 15 is 7. B, D, they didn't key 7. B and the D is 1st and 4 out of bounds to Sanders. So 14 out of bounds to Sanders to the Raider 41. Half play. 1st and 10 at the Raider 41. Let's go short pass to Walton against the D is 11. All right. And they keyed him, though. So 11, it's a short pass again. Short to McCulloch, did I say? Short McCulloch is 11 is a 1. It's going to be the C against the D. That was only 8. Now. Well, now that 11 1 short pass, the 1 goes down. I'm going to give it to him. 1st and 14. You shouldn't go down for a gain, but I'm going to do it anyway. Had it been a long pass, it would have been past midfield here, up to the 36. It would have been against a D. It would have been 36 out of bounds. In any case, it is 14 to McCulloch and out of bounds. 14 to McCulloch out of bounds. 11 to 13, 14 out of bounds to the 27. Half play. 7 plays, 3.5 minutes ago. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. The Lions at the 20. It was the 14 from the 41. Should be at the 27. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, can't do long. We still can't do long. But long pass to Sanders. Okay, come on. Long pass to Sanders. 32. I don't believe it. 32 is 35. I'm just so missing it. 32 is 35 to Sanders. It's going to be 35 BD. Long up to 35 BD. Is 33. It's a touchdown. 33. I'm trying to be quiet. 33. It's 33. It's a touchdown, but it's TE. LP 33 to Sanders. It's actually 27. The TE equals. Oh my goodness. The TE penalty is an 8. 8E is 13. It's the same clipping penalty. Unbelievable. 8E clipping. This is one of the strangest games I've ever played. Nullified. Another Lion touchdown nullified by a clipping penalty. By a clipping penalty. That is, and according to that, it's 15 yards, 10-15. You know, the Raiders is going to decline that. Well, they can't. They have to take that. It's minus 15, 6.5, second, and, well, it's not a loss of down. It's first and 25 at the 42. First and 25 at the 42. Oh, my goodness. I just can't stand it. I just can't stand it. Long to Sanders again. Well, Thanksgiving Day. Long to Sanders is 22, is 6BD. 6BD. Let's move him out into the longer. 6BD goes from 30 to 28. So that's cool. 22 Landry. That's 22 is 6 to Sanders. 6B. 28 yards to Sanders and a first down. Awesome. 28. Got the first down. A first and 25. You got the 28 yards. They did key him, right? Yep. From 30 to 28. So, from the 42, 7, 17, 27, 28, and it's first and 10 at the 14. The Lions have had so many opportunities here. Really going to have to go back and analyze this one. Type up the play-by-play. Short to Walton against the D is 26. Again, it's... I feel like it's too constricted a rolling area because it's 26 is 23. Unbelievable. Short pass 26 equals 13. That's to Walton. That's going to be in the C. D. 23 CD. Short pass 23 CD is 8W D9. And the Raiders have just a third turnover. D9. D9 is your left, is your right corner. Your right corner is Tricky Wilson. Nehemiah Tricky Wilson. Unbelievable. Nehemiah Wilson, 22. Wow. Just take that half play off. I'm sorry. I'm going to resolve this. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's 22 is 23. Fortunately, it doesn't have big numbers for the Lions there. 22 is, what I say is 23. 23 in the B. 7 yards for Nehemiah Wilson. So, 7 yard return. So it was a 9-yard pass. It was a 9-yard interception. Correct. 23C. It was 8 yards, 8 yards W. So it was 8 yards, picked off by Wilson, and returned 7 to the 13. Unbelievable. First and 10 for the Raiders at their 13. And what massive turnover game here for the Lions. The Lions had it tight, but you kind of felt like something might fall apart, and it certainly did. And there are 3 minutes left here. I'll just run it out here. Yep. I think I missed a time there, but in any case, well, there's no point rolling anything for leadership roles. I feel so bad for the Lions here. I feel so bad for the Lions, but John Madden's Pride and Poise boys have just the 70 Raiders. Wow, so Hubbard inside G is 33. Is a 15 BG inside. 15 BG is 5 yards for Hubbard. It's going to wind that clock down. 2nd and 5. I think I missed a... Should technically be the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 5 of the 18. I'm just going to call the 2-minute warning. There was a clock. There was a timekeeping error here. And so we're just going to do a Smith outside. G is 56. Smith, 56 is 11. BG, 0. Not giving all the timeouts. 3rd down. Smith 0, 3rd and 5 of the 18. 3 plays or a minute and a half to go. No miracle of Meadowlands here. Hubbard outside G is 45. 20 BG. 20 BG is 3 yards for Hubbard. And it's 4th down. 4th and 2 at the 21. A minute to go. And the Hubbard inside G is 33. 15 BG is 5 yards for Hubbard. It's a 1st down and half play to go. And I think we're just going to let LaMonica fall on it. -2. I know we didn't do that in that era, and that's it. How's that play to go? It's at 30, and that's it. Done. Done. Whoops. Well, champagne goes to the Raiders. Madden's boys have done it. Final score here in Tiger Stadium on November 26th, 1970 is the Raiders 20, the Lions 3. 3 should count for all those turnovers in the second half. The 2 sacks, the 2 fumbles lost on sacks, plus the, was it 2 interceptions? It got, well, no, that was LaMonica was intercepted twice, but it didn't matter at that point. The Lions had 2 touchdowns called back on penalty. Now that's something that's kind of an APBA thing, I suppose. But then again, I mean, well, yeah, it is. It's a bit, some folks have even created all their own boards to eliminate that likelihood. It's an exciting, thrilling thing, and it's certainly, I tell you, it had the effect on me. It is crushing, man. Touchdown, 2 touchdowns returned. The 93-yarder by Altie Taylor and the touchdown pass to Sanders. And well, kudos to John Madden and his Raiders. What an impressive showing, and I hope you found that informative. It's certainly celebratory for Raider Nation. And the 70s set, there are a lot of eccentricities to the older game of APBA football, but, it's certainly got its thrills and chills, and folks like Greg Barrett who tweak it and refine it and really tighten it up. I mean, you can do a lot of great things within this game system to make it, smooth out the edges, but at its core, at its heart, out of the box, it is thrilling. It gives you that heart-pounding excitement and that really that agonizing sense of defeat here. It just, oh my goodness. But the Raiders, great win for Mr. Madden, heading back to Oakland, and sure to see them in the playoffs. And thank you, as always, for your time and attention. Any questions about the game of APBA football, always shoot us an email at apbafootballcluboriginal@gmail.com. Thank you so much. Have a great Thanksgiving.